ಹಸುರಿನ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂಘ. ರೈತರ ಹೊಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತು ತೆಂಗು ಹಲಸು ಮಾವು ಸಸಿಗಳ ನಡೆಸುವರು ನಾವು. ರೈತರ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಸುಧಾರಿಸಲು ನಾವು. ರೈತರ ಹೊಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತು ತೆಂಗು ಹಲಸು ಮಾವು ಸಸಿಗಳ ನಡೆಸುವರು ನಾವು. ರೈತರ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಸುಧಾರಿಸಲು ನಾವು. ಅಂದ ಚಂದದ ಹಸುರಿನ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂಘ. ಅಂದ ಚಂದದ ಹಸುರಿನ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂಘ. ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಪಾತಿಯ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಮಗುವಿನ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿಡ ನಡೆಸಿ ಕಾಯಿ ಪಲ್ಯಗಳ ಬೆಳೆಸುವರು ನಾವು. ಗೆಲುವಿನ ನಗೆಯನ್ನು ಬೀರುವೆವು. ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಪಾತಿಯ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಮಗುವಿನ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿಡ ನಡೆಸಿ ಕಾಯಿ ಪಲ್ಯಗಳ ಬೆಳೆಸುವೆವು ನಾವು. ಗೆಲುವಿನ ನಗೆಯನ್ನು ಬೀರುವೆವು. ಅಂದ ಚಂದದ ಹಸುರಿನ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂಘ. ಅಂದ ಚಂದದ ಹಸುರಿನ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂಘ. ಜನದಟ್ಟಣೆಯ ನಗರದ ಮಾರ್ಗದಿ ಗಾಳಿಯ ಸೋಸುವೆವು ನಾವು. ಮಲಿನತೆ ತೊಲಗಿಸಿ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಗಾಳಿಯನ್ನೇ ನೀಡುವೆವು. ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನವ ಬಳಸುವೆವು. ಜನದಟ್ಟಣೆಯ ನಗರದ ಮಾರ್ಗದಿ ಗಾಳಿಯ ಸೋಸುವೆವು ನಾವು. ಮಲಿನತೆ ತೊಲಗಿಸಿ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಗಾಳಿಯನ್ನೇ ನೀಡುವೆವು. ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನವ ಬಳಸುವೆವು. ಅಂದ ಚಂದದ ಹಸುರಿನ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂಘ. ಅಂದ ಚಂದದ ಹಸುರಿನ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂಘ. ಹೂಳನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿ ಕಸವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವೆವು. ಹಾರುವ ಈಜುವ ಪಶು ಸಂಕುಲಕ್ಕೆ ಆಸರೆಯಾಗುವೆವು. ಹೂಳನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿ ಕಸವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವೆವು. ಹಾರುವ ಈಜುವ ಪಶು ಸಂಕುಲಕ್ಕೆ ಆಸರೆಯಾಗುವೆವು ನಾವು. ಆಸರೆಯಾಗುವೆವು. ಅಂದ ಚಂದದ ಹಸುರಿನ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂಘ. ಅಂದ ಚಂದದ ಹಸುರಿನ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂಘ.
Thank you. Now I request Dr. A.M. Ramesh sir, CEO, KSTA, to welcome all the dignitaries and all of you for this inaugural function.
ಇನ್ನೂ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗಲೇ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶಶಿಧರ್ ಸರ್, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ NCBS, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹೊನ್ನೇಗೌಡ ಸರ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ, ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಾಜ್ ಸರ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್, RRC ISRO, ಶ್ರೀ ಭಾಸ್ಕರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್, ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ EAB, Dr. Swami sir, our Dean of Horticulture College, Dr. Paul, Dr. Gangadhar, Dr. Sujata madam, Dr. Ram Subramaniam, Dr. Williams, Dr. Muttaya and all, Dr. Laksh Kumar, Dr. Vishwanath and all EAB members and students and teaching staff of different colleges of Bengaluru At the outset, welcome to all of you. Greetings from Karnataka Science and Technology Academy. Today we have gathered here for a national workshop on the occasion of Environment Day, World Environment Day 2024. As all of us know, the theme of this year's World Environment Day was land restoration, desertification and drought resilience, with the slogan, "Our land, our future." Since 1973, World Environment Day is being organized throughout the world based on the UN resolution of 1972. And the KSTA and EAB are jointly organizing World Environment Day today. In fact, this is the second time that we are organizing jointly. Last year also we had organized in RRI. It was a silver jubilee celebration of EAB. And this year they have been kind enough to associate with KSTA to organize this program. As part of this Environment Day program, we have 6 distinguished talk by eminent scientists. We had essay competition for high school students as part of this program. There were more than 170 essays received from throughout Karnataka, and some have won prizes. And we had quiz competition for UG students. Around 18 teams had come for quiz. And after the technical session, we'll be having research paper presentation by 5 research scholars from different universities of the state. This is the background of today's program. At this juncture, I would like to thank immensely Dr. R.G. Naddur sir, former ACS to government, Karnataka government, and he is the president of Environment Association of Bengaluru. He has been the source of inspiration and support for organizing program of World Environment Day. He has not been able to participate in this particular program because of some unavoidable circumstances. In his absence, I welcome Dr. Naddur sir. Welcome to you, sir. For the inauguration of this program, we have a very distinguished scientist, Professor L.S. Shashidhara sir, who is the current director of the National Center for Biological Sciences. And he is also the visiting professor of biology at Ashoka University. He specializes in genetics, molecular biology, and evolutionary biology. Professor Shashidhar did his graduation and post-graduation from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad, and he holds a PhD from University of Cambridge, UK. He started his illustrious career as an independent researcher at the Center for Cellular Molecular Biology, CCMB, Hyderabad, as a scientist and group leader, where he built a strong development biology group. Following that, he moved to ICER Pune and contributed to its growth since its inception. Professor Shashidhar sir has served in the past as Vice President of Indian National Science Academy, INSA, and Secretary General of International Union of Biological Sciences. He is currently the President of IUBS. In fact, first Indian to be elected in its 100 years glory of history. He has represented India in several delegations in international platforms. He is steering international projects on climate change education. For his contribution to basic and applied science, Professor Shashidhara is recognized with many awards. Among them, few are CSIR Technology and highest science award, SS Bhatnagar Prize, and also J.C. Bose National Research Fellowship. He is a fellow of all the academies of India. In 2018, Professor Shashidhara was elected as the associate member of European Molecular Biology Organization, an international recognition for excellence in research in sciences. And sir has been involved in popularizing science. In fact, he has facilitated training of more than 10,000 school and undergraduate teachers in adopting inquiry-based teaching methods. In addition, he has organized several national and international career workshops for scientists, particularly women scientists, in science journalism, science policy, administration, and management that have benefited more than 300 scientists from across the country. With this background, I hearty welcome to Dr. L.S. Shashidhara sir on behalf of KSTA and EAB. We have with us our mentor and former Special Secretary to DST, Dr. Honegowda sir. In fact, this premises has been built by Honegowda sir. Dr. Honegowda obtained PhD in aquatic biology from College of Fisheries, Agriculture University in 1989. He was a recipient of JRF fellowship from ICR for post-graduation, and he was awarded gold medal for his PhD, after which he has worked as postdoctoral research fellow in the Department of Biosciences, Bengaluru University, and he later obtained Indo-British Diploma course in Integrated Coastal Zone Management from the University of Newcastle and the University of Bath. Sir has also served in ISRO for more than 10 years, up to SD to SF, and later he came on deputation to Government of Karnataka on the request of Government of Karnataka to ISRO, and in 2000 he assumed the charge of Director of State Remote Sensing Center, and State Remote Sensing Center got national recognition because of his effort. And sir has also served as Executive Secretary of Vision Group of Science and Technology, chaired by Bharat Ratna Professor C.N.R. Rao. He has also served as Director in charge of Science Gallery and Managing Director and Member Secretary of Karnataka Science and Technology Promotion Society, CEO and Member Secretary of Karnataka Science and Technology for more than 18 years. He was also Director of Science and Technology. Then he has also served as Special Secretary to the Department of Science and Technology, Biotechnology and Information Technology. Post-retirement, he has served as Dean at JSS Science and Technology University. During his tenure as Director of Karnataka State Remote Sensing Center, as I told, the center was very vibrant and got national recognition. Based on this, Government of Karnataka requested ISRO for his service to be absorbed as part of the state government itself. Under his tenure at Remote Sensing Center, an innovative, first of its kind, postgraduate MTech program was started in association with VTU and Survey of India in 2004. And sir has also coordinated many programs in the Department of Science and Technology, science popularization, establishment of science centers, etc. And he has published more than 60 research papers in national and international journals of repute. He has been the recipient of many awards and recognitions. Few of them are citation for a recognition from alumni of College of Fisheries, Rashtriya Ekta Award, citation for outstanding contribution in the field of domain expertise, and Kempegowda Award in 2007, and Best Scientist Award in 2017. With this little background, on behalf of KST and EAB, hearty welcome to you, sir. We have another distinguished scientist, Dr. K. Ganesh Raj, former General Manager of RRSSE. He is educated in Kasaragod and then did his PhD in applied geology from the Gulbarga University. He started his illustrious career as a scientist in 1984 in ISRO, in the NRMS program. The major areas of his work include groundwater, environment, geology, land and water resource management, earthquakes, landslides, city planning, societal applications, etc. Sir has also served as Director Respond at ISRO headquarters, interfacing with universities and institutes towards sponsoring research projects of relevance to space program. And he has also served as General Manager of Regional Remote Sensing Center, South NRSC. He has published over 100 scientific papers in national and international journals of repute. He has received ISRO Team Excellence Award for Rajiv Gandhi National Drinking Water Mission Project, and he is a life member of many of well-known scientific societies, including life member of Indian Society of Remote Sensing. And he has been actively involved with EAB for more than 2 years. In fact, he is the bridge between KST and EAB now. For this, organizing this program, he is very instrumental. He has guided us and supported us. On behalf of KSTA, hearty welcome to you, sir. We have with us Shri Bhaskar Murthy, sir, who is the Secretary of EAB. He has been in constant touch with KSTA in organizing this program. He has provided all the support and guidance in organizing the program, and in fact, he is getting money from EAB and ISRO for this program. Thank you for that, and welcome to you, sir. We have with us Dean of Horticulture College, Dr. GSK Swami, who has always been supportive of KSTA activities, and yeah, only yesterday I invited sir, immediately agreed and has come. Welcome to you, sir, on behalf of KSTA. We look forward to your kind support and guidance for the programs of KST in future as well, sir. And we have with us Dr. Paul, Associate Director of Respond. In fact, ISRO money got through Paul only, we got. Thank you for 1 lakh that we received from ISRO, and welcome to you, sir. Paul also has been very supportive of activities of EAB. Now I request that he has seen our premises to support KSTA in its activities. Now we have with us Ram Subramaniam from RSSC. He has been the resource expert for the previous edition of World Environment Day also. For this program also, immediately has agreed. On behalf of KSTA, welcome to you, sir. Dr. Williams is with us. He is from Land Survey. He is the resource person for today's program. Welcome to you, sir. We have Dr. Gangadhar with us, Professor, Horticulture College. He also has been very supportive of KST activities. Welcome to you, Doctor. Now from EAB, we have Sujata Madam, Colonel Muttaya sir, Vishwanath sir, Laksh Kumar, Rao sir, Ramchandra sir. Hearty welcome to all of you, sir. Because of your support, KSTA could organize this program. We have students and faculty from various colleges, IC Bio, Mahesh PU College, then Ramaya College, then engineering colleges in and around Brindavan Engineering College, Agriculture University, Horticulture College. For all of you, hearty welcome to all of you. And we'll, after the inaugural, we'll be starting the technical session. Once again, welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, hearty welcome to you on behalf of all of you, and in my own behalf. Because of your guidance and encouragement only, we are able to organize this kind of wonderful program. Welcome you, sir, for this program. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais formally inaugurate this wonderful function by watering the plant. All of you, please, sir. Thank you, all of you, sir. Now I request Dr. L.S. Sashidhara, sir, Director NCBS, to give the inaugural address. TV this.
Good morning to all of you, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Hongegoda, Dr. Ganesh Rao and Bhaskar Murthy, and all the dignitaries, and my dear students and teachers. It's a pleasure to be here today, part of the World Environmental Day, and jointly organized by Environmental Association Bengaluru and Karnataka Science and Technology Academy. And I was just wondering when, no, actually not wondering, it's very apt. Maybe you may be wondering why ISRO should worry about the soil. ISRO is always looking at the sky, and ISRO is looking at beyond, the earth, and then why it should worry about the soil. First thing, I'm sure all of you know that Earth, as we know today, is the only planet on which life exists. Then what are the conditions on which life can originate? Many scientists have worked in the last 30, 40 years since we know more about the very chemistry and physics and chemistry of life. The biological system is an emergent property of the physics and the chemistry of the material that is present on Earth. The two things which are most important, I'm sure all of you would know. One is water, another is soil. We just watered the soil here. We didn't water the plant, we watered the soil, right? And obviously the plant will grow because it requires both. And similarly, the very origin of life on Earth is because of certain kinds of minerals and other chemicals that are present in the soil, which enable certain kinds of polymerization reaction. I'll come to that in a minute, right? And that, with time, as evolution progressed, and we have this complexity that we see and experience and live today, including our own life, right? And so obviously, without looking at the importance of soil and water, we will not be able to sustain for very long. And in the context of climate change, the fundamental features of soil and water, if it availability is diminished, the quality of their these two material diminished, it will affect the very existence of life. And the existence of life start from change in the microbes, change in plants, change in animals, and ultimately with all kinds of artificial means we somehow may have managed to exist for longer, but it's going to eat us too, right? Finally, what may survive is still could be microbes, because microbes can exist at extreme conditions, minus 140 degrees centigrade to plus 120 degrees centigrade, or extremely anaerobic conditions, or toxic conditions. They can survive, but no other living organism will be able to survive. So given this and the seriousness of the climate change, scientists have been talking about for 25 to 30 years, but somehow it has not come to the mainstream discussion. We just concluded a major election of the world, because if India elects its government, it's more than half of the people would be voting in the world. The reason is a large part of the world doesn't have any voting. India is one of the largest democratic country, and if 64 million people voted this time, 64 crores, 640 million people voted in the last 1 month, right? Out of eligible 900 million people, and which is basically half of the world population which normally vote among the democratic countries. And I don't think we had soil, water, climate change as a topic in our political discussions. I think next election by 29, I think we should bring that into the mainstream discussion. Otherwise, any major breakthrough modification to the way we live, manage our resources, will not be effective. It has to be part of our mainstream discussions. So, given that we are in the Science and Technology Academy, and students of sciences, engineering, agriculture, horticulture, and so forth, I thought I'll sort of quickly take you through in about 15, 20 minutes, how India has progressed over time, and what are the benefits and the costs of this progress, and what we need to do next, right? Not just India, globally, of course. Being in India, being in a very interesting geoclimatic location, I think we need to do things differently than what Europe would do, or America would do, or China would do, right? So, as you all know, from 1947, when India became independent, we were one of the poorest of the poor countries. Not just that we were, importing food, we were also getting food as donation. Only 10% of the people were literate, out of which maybe 1% who had knowledge of science and technology. And building a nation with such small literate people was not, possible. So emphasis was given to education. Education in science, education in technology, education in science and technology combination. IITs were set up, universities were set up, many engineering colleges, regional engineering colleges, agriculture universities, agriculture colleges were set up across the country to build human resources first, to build the nation, right? And that basically helped. The first 25 years was focus on education. Next 25 years was focus on building the nation with the help of these technically competent, scientifically competent, human resources, right? And then the next 25 years, that is 50 to 75 years, is when India sort of grew economically based on the foundational work that was done in the first 50 years. And now India is the 4th or 5th largest economy. However, of course, inequality is still there, given the large population size. The per capita income, per capita human index, per capita social index still need to improve. But still, it's a remarkable journey for humanity, not just for Indians, that in just about 75 years, what we have achieved. And first major part of this, accomplishment is achieving the food security, right? Food self-sufficiency. Food self-sufficiency gives confidence to people to do more, to that they can win the world, right? The food and nutrition security, without which we would not have been able to achieve IT revolution, space revolution, what we are achieving today, or winning the cricket matches. All of these things, they rooted behind building confident Indians, and that first comes when you have access to food and nutrition. When you are not getting food as donation, but you are actually earning your own food, and not only are earning today, we actually export and even donate food to the other needy countries, right? So this is what we achieved. Sorry, I think I missed one slide, yeah. So the food security and the nutrition security. Now, science and technology has played a major role, particularly the students of agriculture and horticulture would know that the plant tissue culture is one major revolution which helped to improve the quality of agriculture, particularly today when we talk about organic agriculture, organic food production. Plant tissue culture is a major technique which helps. The very origin of plant tissue culture, a reason I'm putting this slide specifically is to be proud that the science behind the tissue culture started in India. Tissue culture now is the worldwide phenomena. Everybody uses. Farmers run their own tissue culture labs. You don't need to be literate to run your own tissue culture lab. But the science behind tissue culture started in Delhi University with by Professor Maheshwari and his students, including one of our famous Kannadiga botanist, Professor Mohan Ram, who was a student of Maheshwari in Delhi University. And India also, managed extremely well with the help of chemists, chemical engineers, and industrial, engineering graduates in building a strong pharmaceutical industry. India is again the world's largest producer of generics and at low cost and high quality. And the healthcare, irrespective of what is your income, the access to affordability to healthcare is the maximum in India, right? And that's because our pharmaceutical industry. But all of these things have also had cost to this. Our agricultural revolution, food security, came with excessive use of chemical fertilizers, pesticides and herbicides, which have affected the soil and water. Pharmaceutical industry, the chemical effluents coming from this industry is actually again polluted the water and soil with excessive presence of antibiotics, which is affecting the soil microbiome, and which in turn affects the plants and animals, right? So there has been a clear cost. Now, we should never try to blame anybody for this phenomenon. Typical tendency is to, whatever the problem we face today, try to blame people of the past. We should never get into that, because scientists, technologists try to solve any problem with the help of whatever is the knowledge that is available at the time, right? Today's discovery cannot be retrospectively put in saying that, oh, they should have done this, they should have done that way, right? Obviously, that knowledge was not there. More of knowledge is being produced in the last 50, 60 years compared to the first 50 years of the 20th century. In fact, knowledge production has been very sort of in isolation, in small units, discrete units, for about 10,000 years or so since agriculture started and human civilization started. But knowledge dissemination has been always poor. The number of people who are involved in knowledge production were very, very, very small number, right? So in a way, most of the knowledge production has been accidental earlier days. The systematic production of knowledge started sometime in 15th, 16th century, particularly started in Europe. And that still was, again, individual efforts, but somewhat better connected because of the book, the Gutenberg revolution, where you could print books in large numbers and print images and share knowledge. That basically helped to disseminate disseminate information across the countries, and so that knowledge production was somewhat accelerated. But 20th century, with better mobility, better exchange of information, and more importantly, state-sponsored science and technology ecosystem accelerated the science like never before, right? In every area, physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, engineering, technology, and every place. And post-World War, it further accelerated. People realized, all government realized that everybody has to invest in science and technology. More and more governments started investing in science and technology, including India. And in the last 25 years, 30 years, because of internet, this dissemination information has become so in real time, so fast in real time, in the light of speed almost, right? So, sorry, speed of light. So now, the generation of knowledge has become exponential. So we know much, much better about the nature of living organism, our dependence on water and soil, and what is there on Earth which is not there in other planets of the solar system, or almost all the other planets which have been surveyed so far. Given all of these things, we should be in a better position to take sustainable solutions to our survival and maintain the biodiversity around us, right? So in that context, climate change, although is a result of excessive use of resources, excessive emission of carbon, excessive use of energy, particularly polluting energy in the last 300 to 400 years. But solution is in our hands. In our hands, including obviously all of you, because you are the ones who are going to be the drivers of change for your time. And now you have access to information. You have access to technology, which was not available to us, right? Not only that, there was no sufficient knowledge of the system 50 years ago when we were undergraduate students. At the same time, access to information was also not democratized. not all library was sufficiently, filled with books of the right kind, right? And the information was coming very slowly. For example, if you had to read some major research journals like Nature or Cell or Science, it would take 2 months to reach India, right? Today, everything happens at the same time. So you have access to information in your own mobile phone. You have access to knowledge in your own mobile phone. So obviously you can innovate, find right solution to your problem, right? So given that this is the time we should make climate change problem mainstream discussion in the society and work towards sustainable solutions to address the climate change. Among the many, many problems we face in the climate change, other than the food nutrition, is also health. And health is not just only because of the poor quality of the food or nutrition, because of poor quality of water and soil, it's also because of other, very different factors, particularly origin of new zoonotic viruses. And one of them we recently experienced and suffered, 2 years ago. And, the knowledge that we've been generated in the last 150 years in biology has given sufficient understanding of the origin of, how we inherit very different traits, starting from Mendel, how we evolve, what Darwin proposed through his theory of evolution, and the very nature of life, how it's sort of very different chemical reactions organize themselves in form of a cell, and everything happens in right time and space. Most important aspect of life is the same chemical reaction which may be happening anywhere in the universe is happening in a small space with definitive time scale, right? And that's what life is all about, right? Every chemical reaction that happens in a biological system also happens anywhere those chemicals are present in the universe. But that happens in a very stochastic way with not necessarily the same time scale. The most important aspect of life is your time, right? And that timing, if we disturb the chemical reactions, the time scale of the chemical reaction, the life itself can cease to exist, right? So, for example, one of the time scale is generational time scale, evolutionary time scale, generations time scale, and so forth. As you all know, every time organism, this is the chemistry of life, which is common across all organisms, from bacteria to human. DNA is DNA, whether it is in the bacteria or in human. The way information is coded and decoded, everything happens in the same way, right? Now, if you look at it, what we inherit is this genetic information once in a generation, right? But change in the climate, in the environment, in our surroundings, it happens much faster than the generation time, like 35 years or 30 years, right? We'll not be able to adapt to that generation because generational adaptation happens through genetic changes, right? Those genetic changes are small, minor changes during a DNA replication in the germ cells, in the gametes, in your DNA of sperms and eggs. And if, for example, bacteria, every 20 minutes they change. So any major change in the climate, they have sufficient number of generations to adapt. So their time scale is 20 minutes or 1 day or 1.5 days, for bacteria and many of the small single cell organisms, including some single cell eukaryotes. For multicell organisms, it's much longer. Look about the trees. Some of the trees, their generation time can be, good generation time can be 50 to 100 years. And if 50 to 100 years, if the temperature goes up by, let's say, 0.5 to 0.6, the global temperature, or even 1 degree centigrade, right? Then it will going to create havoc to the tree life. If they create havoc to the tree life, right, it will going to create havoc to all the other animals and plants which are dependent on those trees. Because many times the soil properties to the whole ecosystem is dependent on what kind of trees are present, how many of those are present in the ecosystem. So, as again saying, the most important is to take an appropriate action in the right time, because we don't have much time, right? So the timing is most important aspect. You should read more about time, the physics of time, chemistry of time, and biology of time, and then you'll understand the importance of working in a timely manner to address some of these problems. Today's biodiversity we see mostly in National Geographic. We had this kind of biodiversity, not necessarily the same animals and plants or other microbes, but with the scale and the complexity of that biodiversity exists even in India today, let's say in Western Ghats, but it is diminishing. Our marine biodiversity is diminishing extensively. We have not even properly mapped our biodiversity, particularly the eastern, the ocean biodiversity, because the Western Ocean is the Arabian Gulf, because of it's a smaller in size, and it also has high current variations in terms of temperature variations and the flow of water, compared to the eastern side, which is fills into a much longer distance between, for example, the main land versus India in the eastern side is much more, and their biodiversity is much higher. We are not properly mapped, but it's already getting diminished because of excessive use of very different polluting chemicals which are entering the sea. As you all know, most rivers in India flow from west to east. So eastern sea is getting polluted much more than the western pollution. I'll skip this. So, we got talking about artificial intelligence. Perfectly all right. It is a tool for us to take certain decisions. It's a tool for us to do certain things with less efforts. But artificial life, artificial way of living rather, not artificial life, is not going to be a phenomena which you think one can manage. Without other forms of life on Earth, we cannot survive, right? The whole ecosystem, when we talk about environment is not just temperature and humidity, right? And the content in the air, how much is carbon dioxide, how much is oxygen, and so forth. Environment for an organism to survive, it's also both biological and non-biological environment, what's called biotic and abiotic factors. The biotic factors are all what else is there in the ecosystem, what is there in the soil, what is there in the water, what are the kinds of plants and animals we have, right? And this whole thing in an anthropocentric way, because we think that whole world is for us, we call it as ecosystem function and services, but actually they exist. They existed much before we came in on Earth, but they continuously exist, and thankfully there is some amount of biodiversity we conserve, right? Just give you one example. The plants produce certain kinds of chemical called phytotoxins to defend themselves from insect pests, right? Or against microbial pathogens too. Now, the insects also evolving, they would develop anti-defense mechanism to sort of tolerate or resist any chemicals which are coming in through the leaves that they are eating, right? And there is another cycle in the evolution. For example, in the case of solanaceous plants, like tobacco, brinjal, and such kind of plants, there are 2-3 different kinds of chemicals which are produced. One of them is a very small chemical which is not toxic to the insect pest. But when insect pest eats that one and it comes out of the excreta, it creates some kind of a smell. That smell attracts the predators of the insect. So what gets protected finally is the plant. But plant is not directly trying to kill the pest, but it will add, inviting the predators of that pest to kill the pest, right? Pest here is a larva caterpillar, but it's actually as an adult, it's a moth, right? Helicoverpa. Now, but presence of those spiders and all, it's not only because there are these insect pests, it's also you require other biodiversity. If there is no nearby forest, right, now you won't get that many diverse lizards or spiders or very different types of other predators of the insect. So your agriculture is largely dependent on the presence of biodiversity around agriculture fields. Coming to India, as I mentioned here, we are in extremely interesting, very important and critical geoclimatic location, which is very different from if US or Canada or China. Australia. There are the 3 or 4 large countries I'm trying to compare, right? So you have Himalayas on the other side and the sea on the 3 sides, which has created this monsoon, which get rains in a fixed time during the year, fixed season during the year. And also the rivers flowing from north to south because of Himalayas, which has enriched the entire Indo-Gangetic plain and with really rich soil. And also the between the Vindhyas and the Western Ghats and the Eastern Ghats, we have again Deccan Plateau, which basically also has, you know, patches of extremely fertile land. All of these things is possible because of the hundreds of million years of the physical changes that have happened to the rocks and creating very, very mineral-rich soil. And because of the flow of water from across different places in different directions and post origin of life, starting from microbes to other forms of life, organic content in the soil is also pretty rich in all of these places, right? And if we continue to survive as 1.5 billion population country, irrespective of what we do, we may bring down to 1 billion, maybe 100 years later, you know, protecting the soil and water is extremely important, right? And more countries are becoming inward looking. There are no other countries going to help. We have to find our own solutions. There are multiple reasons we have to find our own solution. One is we have to find solutions by changing the way we do agriculture, change the way we manage our environment. For that, you know, I would say the best way to manage environment is going back to Gandhian economy, where you generate certain kinds of the resources for local economy using the right kind of plants and animals for that particular location rather than trying to homogenize, right, for the whole country. So green economy is actually is possible only if organic farming, green economy, whatever name you give, is possible only if you follow what's called Gandhian economy. Gandhian economy is nothing but decentralized local economy. It also makes sense, you know, scientifically. If you look at the climate change, which is a global phenomenon, we are talking about global increase in temperature because of global emission of carbon and everything. But if you look at the impact, it's very, very local. Somewhere there is a drought, somewhere there is a flood, somewhere there is extreme high temperature, somewhere extreme low temperature. Within the same location, different seasons have different, you know, impact. So you cannot have one solution fitting the, you know, one particular solution fitting the whole world or even whole country, right? We have to innovate locally, right? And that's one of the reasons I'm saying that we should look for what's called a decentralized, you know, way of managing the environment, and that's where Gandhian economy is. So earlier, for example, some of the varieties developed in IARF Pusa institution, which helped Green Revolution. Today we cannot afford to do that. We have to develop varieties locally for every small region, right? Bengaluru University, Agriculture University should develop whether it's millet or rice or, you know, wheat for this region, for Karnataka region. Similarly for Andhra, similarly for other places. We need to develop appropriate local varieties according to the soil and water conditions. How you conserve soil properties, how you conserve water properties, how you conserve water, it also will vary from place to place. So we need local solutions to all of these things. So that means every one of you should become an innovator. Every one of you should become a problem, solution provider. You cannot simply wait for some super scientist sitting somewhere. Those are the days which happened because we have fewer scientists in the country, fewer scientists in the world. There was one Einstein or one Swaminathan or one you know, Visheshwaraya. But now today, every one of you should become either a Swaminathan, a Visheshwaraya, or an Einstein to provide the right solution to your local problems. And obviously, science has progressed so much, technology has become so advanced, no one particular person can provide solution on an own. So they cannot expect one Nobel Prize winner or one Bharat Ratna scientist to provide solutions to every problem of the world, right? So collaboration, team science is important. One of the things all students should learn is how to do projects in groups rather than individual projects, right? And collective and collaborative efforts are more important than individual efforts. I think I'll skip this. This is what I was trying to say. Science itself is not practiced in isolation these days, right? everything is done in a collaborative way. Finally, again, I keep mentioning Gandhian one. This is exactly more than 100 years ago he mentioned this, right? About 100 years ago, right? And he, as a fantastic human being who could understand the importance of soil without knowing anything about the chemistry and physics of soil, perhaps we should be able to better understand what he was trying to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your eye-opening lecture on this occasion. Now, I request Dr. K. Ganeshraj, sir, Vice President, Environment Association, Bangalore, and former General Manager, RRS ISRO, Bengaluru, to address the gathering.
Dr. Shashidhar, Dr. Gowdaji, Bhaskar, Dr. Ramesh, Ram, Williams, Paul, and all my friends and dear students, I'm very glad that you have come and participating in this workshop. Especially Dr. Shashidhar has covered very nicely. He has given a message by Gandhi, live simple. Simple living is the best way to tackle most of the problems. Because I just go back in geological history. Earth, which formed 4.5 billion years ago, or 450 crores. There is a lot of concepts. I will not go further. Origin, it will be controversial still. We are full red ball. Later, water came. Water also is quite old. And after that, it started cooling down. We have around 71% water, 29% land. In that land also, large portion is mountainous, glaciers, ice. The productive land is quite low, and population is very low. Slowly, evolution took place. Climate change has been happening. We have a classic example of Carboniferous period, where we had all the plants washed out, deposited in the huge basins. That's why you get coal deposits in our India, Africa, anywhere. Huge coal deposits. Then we had a major event in Jurassic, what they call all dinosaurs died. Again, climate change. Even as recent as 1 million years back, or 10 lakh years ago, we had a vast glaciation. Entire Earth was covered with ice. Pleistocene glaciation. So change, glaciation, everything happening because multiple reasons. One is sun is in plasma state. It can shrink, it can expand. Like recently sun flare, you all are aware how satellites have been shut down. It can shrink also, it became totally cold. This year we had extremely high weather, hot weather. More than 150 people died in North India due to extreme heat, dehydration. See the contrast. In Shastrathal, just this week beginning, 9 Karnataka people died due to extreme cold. Extreme cold. And snow blizzard. So what is happening? Climate is so much changing. It may be a volcanic eruption, Tonga, we shook entire Earth. Or Indonesia now also this eruption is happening. Pinatubo or Iceland. When volcano erupts, huge thick cloud of sulfur dioxide and ash forms, global cooling takes place, not global warming. So change is so prevalent, but unfortunately or fortunately, our population has crossed 8 billion. From where, as you correctly put it, Dr. Shashidhar, land only gives you food. But if the land is affected by climate change, heavy rainfall in Dubai, what happened, you all are aware. They never had drainage system. Because 1.5 years rainfall came in one day. Bombay in 2005 almost submerged, 95 centimeter rainfall. So there is no real solution. Soil fertility is very serious issue. We have salinity problem. Vast belts of UP or Punjab is salinized because of human irrigation practices. No other reason. Some areas, of course, like Bellary or in Madhya Pradesh, due to the rock type, the peninsular gneiss becoming weathered, becoming saline. So salinity is one serious issue. Erosion due to the river action, one more serious issue. We have deserts. Why? We have hot desert, cold desert, Mars desert. Again, temperature, humidity, rainfall, all matters. The production, this year mango came to market almost 1.5 months late. Jackfruit also came 1 month late, 1.5 months late. Why? There's a shift due to climatic conditions. I'm seeing fruiting also, flowering also takes time. I'm not a botanist, but I used to observe. So change is permanent. How you tackle it is very important. So our aim through this workshop is to create awareness by experts like Ram Subramaniam, Williams, or Murthy, because he's going to talk on forest, and other experts who are going to talk, how really we can manage water conservation, water harvesting, soil conservation, or any total disruptive technology. Genetically, can you engineer something? Like now we want only fresh water. Can you change our genetics and make we can drink salt water also? Nothing is impossible. It's only how you think. Now AI has come in a big way. Tomorrow you may have only AI chip with you may be walking. So what way? You all should really think how we can protect, how you can manage, how still we can live. Because as you correctly put it, our lifespan is okay, from 80 to 100 years you can put. It's a long period, pretty. Not like bacteria, 20 seconds or 1 hours. So how will you really manage? Is there any method? Going back to roots like what he told, Gandhian certainly is very useful, but whether all can adopt, you have to think. Swaminathan, when he made a green revolution, everybody hailed him, but later everybody criticized him. It has caused a lot of salinity, a lot of problems. So as he correctly put it, one solution today may not be acceptable after 20 years. It is totally changing. So a lot of thinking is required, a lot of concern is required. You have to adopt a lot of new way of thinking, new lifestyles, new adaptations, so that we are able to sustain even there is an extreme weather condition. Impact on land or soil certainly will affect us, but how we really manage. And I'm confident that all of you will listen to the good expert speakers. They will share their experiences, but certainly thinking should be by you. I don't think they will be able to give a solution to you. So I thank Dr. Sashar for a wonderful talk, Dr. Ramesh for organizing this event, and he has been organizing last, I remember November also, he had a workshop on climate change. And creating awareness is one of the best way of making you fit to face any challenge. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspirational speech. Now I request Dr. H. Honnegoda, sir, Director, EAB, and former Special Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, MD, Ksteps, and CEO, KSTA, Government of Karnataka. Please, sir.
Honorable Director and renowned and internationally acclaimed scientist, Dr. L.S. Sasidhar sir, the Director of the National Center for Biological Sciences, Bengaluru, my former colleague and esteemed Vice President of EAB, Dr. K. Ganeshradji, our beloved Secretary of the EAB, Dr. Sri Bhaskar Murthy, my former colleague and dear friend Dr. Ramesh ji, the distinguished the speakers of this program, and our respected EAB members, and also the dean and the professors of horticulture universities, and distinguished participants, particularly the young participants, and also the faculty members from various universities and colleges. And also I would like to recall and acknowledge our respected president, Dr. Nardu sir. In fact, he is the key and brain behind for this seminar. And I always have a great pleasure and honor to come to Karnataka Science and Technology Academy and address. Okay, as you are aware, the land is the planet top lithosphere or the geosphere, the ground surface of the earth. While the soil is the light dusting material of a granular material, basically, which is forms on the lithosphere, covers the land surface. Basically, it's some sort of a free biogenic material. Okay? And the soil and land are very, very vital natural resources and assets of our planet Earth. They supplement and complement our human living as well as the well-being, and not only for the well-being, as Sir Sasidhar said, for the plant and animal species on this planet. These the resources are very much essential for our supporting our necessary life in terms of, as Dr. Ganesh Raj said and Sasidhar said, in terms of food, the shelter, the water, even filtering the water, and many, many other things actually in terms of nature, in terms of minerals, the natural resources, and the cradle of biodiversity. If you look at our own biodiversity, it is a wonderful biodiversity we have actually. Okay? And also, the land and soil protects us from the flooding, tackles even the disaster, the drought and many kinds of the disasters. More than that, our soil absorbs a lot of carbon and stores it and protects from the climate change to a larger extent. So in a way, but the thing is, the soil, the formation of the soil takes longer years, extremely longer years. I need to protect this land and soil because soil is the ultimate source and element for our all land-based ecosystem and for the agriculture. In fact, if you spoil the soil, I think there is going to be a threatening for our food. Even the physical land. Land today is shaped by the topography, the climate, type of even the soil, as well as even the human factors, like for example, population density, the technological adoption and capability, the culture and traditions. Today, the biggest issue on this planet Earth, which is shaping the land and soil, is the human density. In fact, both the earlier speakers have explained very clearly the evolution of the Earth and today till today. But I want to just go back to just our, our independence period. In 1947, our population was 33 crores. Today, it is 144 crores on the same land. The land has not increased. It's a 5-time increase in the population. Just imagine the pressure we are putting on the land. At the same time, if you look at the food production, say in 1947 or 1950, it was just only about 50 million tons. Today, we have achieved the self-sufficiency around 330 million tons to feed the larger population. And no doubt we have used actually all kinds of improvements in the technology. There is no point in blaming because today we have degraded the land. because just before the independence, large number of people died. West Bengal famine, you have heard actually, lakhs of people have died. Today, there is a surplus of food we are exporting to other countries. Thanks to our agriculture scientists. No doubt, they would have spoiled somewhere actually the land through going for an intensive agriculture or releasing of more of a greenhouse gases and so on. But today, we have achieved this self-sufficiency in the food production. But today, we need to look at even the future. That's where actually we need to really work on that. Our population, which is today is 144 crores, likely to become something like 167 crores by 2050. That means we need to have an additional food production of 270 million tons. That means almost 500 million tons we have to produce on the same land. That's where actually the problem is. And today in India, particularly in agriculture, we are facing large number of problems because of the intensive agriculture, going for higher production, and because of that, the productivity has come down. There is a degradation of the land, degradation of the soil, there is a desertification of the land, and vagaries of the monsoon, due to the climate change, the greenhouse gases, and many, many more changes, and even increase in the diseases and pandemics. In addition to that, today we have increased our fossil fuel burning, deforestation, we are cutting large amount of forest, and unscientific way of farming. Let me here actually put it as an unscientific way of farming. Okay, there's no point in blaming others, the previous people, because we have achieved and we have food self-sufficiency, we have actually. Okay, so all these actually are leading to increased global warming and climate change. And one of the reports says that there is an increase in temperature of 1.3 degrees centigrade as on 2023 as compared to the 19th century. Okay? So there is a lot of issues are going to be there. Because of that, we are emitting releasing a lot of greenhouse gases in terms of a carbon dioxide, the methane, nitrous oxide, chlorofluorocarbons, all that sulfur hexafluoride, and so many other things, for fluorocarbon, all that we are releasing into the environment, and thereby we are increasing the amount of the greenhouse gases. These greenhouse gases are there in the atmosphere. They are at one level of concentration. Okay, see the Earth actually, as Dr. Ganesh said, it has evolved over the years, 4.5, 4.6 billion years, but today it has stabilized. Lot of changes we have seen, and today it is almost stabilized. I think for another 4.5 billion years, this Earth to live, we need to protect it. We need to protect in terms of the land, in terms of the soil, and because of the increase in temperature, today we find a lot of problems. Particularly, the climate change, the increase in temperature, bringing a lot of changes on our health, on our land, on our soil. In fact, the glaciers' ice are melting, sea ice is melting, forest fires, quite common. Water, somewhere excess water, somewhere no water. Today in Bangalore, I don't think many people will drink tap water. Everybody wants purified water. That is the level we have created with the unplanned expansion of our urban cities, growing on a good agriculture land, good soil, polluting entire the land which is on the ground, even in the atmosphere, down below, everywhere we have spoiled actually, creating n number of problems, creating slums. So we have created the pollution of the land, water, air, not only the land and sea, and bringing large number of climatic changes. So in order to protect that, I think it's a high time that we really look at actually the management of the land and water resources and also the soil. I'm not touching into other things because there are a lot of other factors also are influencing that. But since the seminar topic is on the land and soil, I'm trying to look at these things. It is essential that we really, because this land and soil are experiencing increasing stress over the years and expected to increase over the years. That's where we need to manage them scientifically well. In fact, that is the reason many state governments, national governments and international governments are launching number of satellites. In fact, number of satellites are launched in the initial days mainly for the better resources management. Today, the government is giving a lot of importance for managing the climate change, understanding the gases in the atmosphere, particularly the greenhouse gases. Number of satellites are being launched. In addition to that, in the recent days, we are seeing the growth and evolving of the drone technology. The satellite can provide you very large spatial information, both at the regional, at the national level, while the drone can give you as good as what you see on the ground. That's where actually the satellites combined with the drone technology, because they can carry all types of cameras which are required for studying our land and soil. For assessment, they are going to provide a wonderful information in terms of the land status, the soil status, the water resources, and many things which will provide an input for our planning, the monitoring, implementation, monitoring, as well as evolution. In fact, evaluating our whatever actually activities which we are doing it. In addition, the satellites and the drones are going to use innovative sensors which can help us actually in documentation of change in the climate change, in predicting the climate change, in monitoring the climate change, and even tackling the climate change. So these technologies, I don't say actually these are the only technologies. Since I am a little bit specialized in this, we are only advocating that we need to really use these technologies along with whatever the genetically improved technologies, biotechnologies, improved agricultural practices. Then only we can monitor, because today health problem is becoming a bigger issue. Even in the rural areas, people are suffering from large number of diseases. In fact, I myself, when I was a student, I never went to the doctor. No, today without a doctor, I cannot live. That is the kind of a situation which is happening. I think we need to really protect this environment. And EAB, in fact, wants to create this kind of an awareness, particularly for the young students, because you are the one who are going to be the decision makers, the planners, policy makers tomorrow. So that is the reason actually the EAB wants to create some kind of an awareness for all of you. I'm sure you will take the message from this and try to, whenever an opportunity comes for you, we should advocate and ensure that our environment, our land, our soil, our water, and all our natural resources and the biodiversity are protected. With this, I would like to thank my academy, my former colleague, Dr. Ramesh, and all my Karnataka Science and Technology Academy staff members for their wonderful organizing this seminar, and EAB members. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for inspiring us to protect this planet Earth. Before going for a vote of thanks, I request all the dignitaries on this occasion, we brought out an abstract compendium to release on this wonderful occasion. Thank you very much, sir. And now I request Shri Bhaskar Murthy, sir, Secretary EAB to propose vote of thanks on this wonderful occasion.
Thank you, Srinivas. I'm sure each one of you is with me in saying that we are very fortunate to have such distinguished, very highly qualified, internationally recognized, highly contributed to the country on our dais to chair this particular program. I'm very happy to do that. When I was talking to Dr. L.S. Sridhar outside of this room, he said that, anyway, I'm not a core person in this area of climate change or whatever, but my presentation will be touching upon some 10-15 minutes here and there. So with that mind I came in, but I when looked at this presentation, I was almost hearing that as a technical presentation of this particular seminar. It was such a highly knowledgeable and excellent preamble to this particular occasion, and very informative. I'm sure you'll be agreeing with my words over here. So such was the talk of L.S. Sridhar. Thank you so much for your excellent presentation, sir. Shashidhar, sorry. L.S. Shashidhar, sorry. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks. In spite of his busy schedule and very short duration, he is traveling to outside at around 1 o'clock, so he is in a very hurry. So thank you so much for accepting our invitation and grace this occasion, sir. Thank you so much. Dr. Ganesh has expressed the life on the earth and what are the current problems that we have had, and that done an excellent program or the preamble for this particular occasion. So I think we should take that and we'll implement that. Dr. Honnegoda has clearly covered that what all we have done to make this environment at this stage, and also what we can do more by looking at the technologies available within us to improve all this. So that is a very good message for all of us. And overall, the message was very clear that we all need to really focus on how to improve the quality of soil and land to protect our land for the future years. That is a very clear message. So lastly, I would like to thank Dr. Ramesh and his colleagues for hosting this workshop in the excellent premises of KSTA with all the required facilities. And thank you so much for the cooperation and organizing seminar, sir. Thank you so much. And first of all, I would like to thank each and every one of you who are here to grace this occasion, to participate in this occasion, because the room is completely full. I am very happy to see this audience, and I am sure you will get 100% of what you are expecting in this particular seminar or the workshop through various presentations of four highly technical experts who are here. I am sure you will gain that. Wishing you all the best.
Indeed, thank you very much, Bhaskar sir, for hosting this program in our campus. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I request all of you, please assemble in front of the entrance to have a group photo with the dignitaries. And after that, 10 minutes tea break, then technical session will start. So, thank you one and all for gracing this occasion and making it wonderful. I request Ganesh sir to please hand over the bouquet as token of respect. Welcome you, sir. I request Professor Madhusudan sir to please introduce the today's speaker.
Am I audible to all of you? Yeah. Good afternoon. I think we had a marathon session right in the morning, session. So we have the collaborative program today, the Science and Technology Academy, in association with the Environmental Association of Bangalore. As I know, they're very active in supporting the Science and Technology Academy programs as well as the environment-related issues. So we have impact of climate change on soil and land. That's the need of the hour, I think, as the program has been organized. I really congratulate all the organizations and collaboratively doing this fantastic job. And we are already running short of time. Without wasting much time, I thank Rameshji for providing this opportunity to take this session. So we have a technical session. We have 3 speakers in the yes, Rama Subramanian, and then Dr. Bengaluru. So now I'd like to call upon Mr. Moreca. William Joseph is going to present today. He has been the MSc in Science and Chemistry from DNA, Tamil Nadu University in 2000. And right now he is working as a science survey officer, and he has been working from many years. Land use survey and 2001 to many different regions, and he is also working in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, and Pondicherry. He has an experience of soil survey and land use planning for the last 23 years. And he has publication for his study, and he has done many trainings. So now I'd like to call upon William Joseph for his presentation. So I request William Joseph to stick to the timings, and let's listen to his presentation first, and if there are any questions you have at the end for 5 minutes. I think if there are any questions, I think you can be one of you can have a discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Respected dignitaries, organizers, and faculties, and students and friends, thank you so much for inviting Soil and Land Use Survey of India for this great occasion. So, previously the chief guest, followed by our Ganesh Raj sir and other dignitaries, explained about the importance of land and different geological time scales. So it is eye-opening for everyone, because recently in Bangalore, because of the rainfall failure, in the last 2 months you have observed that groundwater depletion so much in Bangalore, because every plot wise putting borewell. So we are practically observing here. So this is only example I am telling. I am all over India. We can concern it. The soil is degrading so much, and the climate is changing very fast manner. So in that aspects, the soil is very essential, because it's a natural body. So we can protect our soil and land. It is very, very essential. That's why I'm going to take the importance of soil and land use survey and mapping. Actually, this topic will be presented by our chief of our soil survey officer, Melin Badodkar sir. So unfortunately, he is having some program at Delhi. So on behalf of our department, I am the regional head of our Bangalore. I'm looking after Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, and Pondicherry. So I am going to present this topic, importance of soil and land use survey and mapping. So actually I would like to, before introduction, I have just some grasp of our activity of the center. Our center started 1958. It's a very old organization. This has been started for the purpose of different river valley projects. During our India independence, before green revolutions, they have to develop all the different regions of different drainage systems and different river valley projects by which we can develop agriculture, some of the area for industrial purpose, agriculture purpose. For that, that valley projects is very essential. So that in 1958, this organization's name is called as All India Soil and Land Use Survey Organization. After that, later in by the year 2000, this name has changed into Soil and Land Use Survey of India. We have completed different types of soil survey programs. For river valley project, we started with a rapid recognized soil survey in 1:50,000 scale for the purpose of identification of the land and where are the India full of, where is the erosion aspect will be more, which area is suitable for agriculture, which area is not suitable for agriculture. That type of survey, this happened in the last 50 years of survey and completed entire India. That is called rapid recognized survey. Followed by soil resource mapping. It is a district level program. We have completed nearly 227 districts in India, remaining by national remote sensing centers and other university has completed. This is for district level planning programs. Recently we are doing a detailed soil survey program. This is our foremost important program of our Ministry of Agriculture. We are planning to complete within another 5 years. The scale of the program is before that they are all small scale. This is a large scale maps. 1:10,000 scale maps we are going on. Nearly we have completed 30 million hectare of our agriculture land. Anybody knows that how many agriculture area in India? How many million hectare? Students? How many million hectare of agriculture in India? Agriculture area. First tell me the total geographical area of India. Yeah, so it's a 329 million hectare. Among them, the agriculture area is minimum 141 million hectare. So the land is very, very essential for us because India is a very big, when compared to last, the before classes has told about the Canada, Australia, the arable land is less. India is arable land is more. The problems are population. So how to fulfill our need? And food security also, Saab has told about nearly 500 million tons we need in future. How to accomplish? For that, soil is important. We have to map the soil. That is essential. So this I have explained already. What are all the different work? Because watershed basis, it's very essential. Any work should be in watershed basis. We have developed our watershed atlas of India. All the government projects, all the universities following our soil and land use survey organization watershed atlas. Because we the organization, we have developed our drainage system. India having different drainage systems. Starting from our origin of our Indus, Ganga, you can cite Brahmaputra. We can come to the southern side. We can have a Godavari. We can go up to the Kaveri, Vaigai. Like these drainage systems, different drainage systems are formed in different geological periods. So for that we can develop the watershed. Which watershed suitable for agriculture, which watershed is not suitable, how to control that different area. That's why we developed the watershed atlas of India. Recently we have completed the entire India micro watershed atlas. That is 500 to 1500 hectare is one micro watershed. So it is very essential. So what I am telling to say, for all the government projects and programs and also student research programs, these watershed are very useful. So you can use our department for your future. Then rapid recognized survey already told, 1:50,000 we have completed. This is a small scale soil map. Now we are going large scale soil map for detailed soil survey programs. So various reports all are published all over India. 30 million hectare we have completed in detailed soil survey program. The remaining area we are planning to target this year 20 million hectare. So out of 141 million hectare, 50 million hectare by the year of 2024-25, by March, our department will go into complete, because we are having a 7 centers. 7 centers all over India, every region having some jurisdiction. Bangalore look after Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. Yes, within next year. We already completed 30 million hectares, sir. That 30 million is take 10 years. But now recently we are using our remote sensing and GIS technology along with, because I am coming with one projects, what we have completed, I will show how we have completed the 30 million hectares. Some case study I am going with, because the subject is very vast. It is like an ocean. I like to pick some fishes from that. So directly I am coming to one particular projects. Recently, this project has given by our Honorable Farmer Agriculture Minister Tomar sir in his area. This is a Chamberland topography. Anybody know Chamberland topography, where it is located? The map itself it's showing. Yeah, Chambal. It's a yeah. Because we are going for all India tour program, we are crossing through train. We are crossing the Madhya Pradesh. We can find the Chamberland topography. That means very ravines, gullies type of land. It's going kilometer wise. So even you can see from the images, our list 4 images, we will see the Chambal lands, like our that badland topography. Same we can find in our Dr. Ramasubramaniam as doing his Theriland program. That is even in the 10,000 scale map, we can show that Theriland also. We can show, you can go through your Google image and you can find Chamberland, and as well as in our Therilands. There are various countries, because India itself is a heterogeneity. So we are all South India, then going to North India, East, West, everyone having different color, texture, tone, like our remote sensing images. So likewise our soil also. Soil we can find them from alluvial soil, we can find here alluvium soil, we can find that in the central area of Deccan Plateau, basaltic soil. We come to our Karnataka Plateau and Tamil Nadu, we can find that red soil is more. So different soils, different type of management, different type of agriculture based on the climate aspects. These are all mapped by our department in the past 50 years. So this is one Chambalran. So why I have taken this, because a very important area of, because it's related with the today topics of how the impact of climate on soil. By the year 2003, we have completed rapid recognized survey. When I was worked in Delhi in 2003, I visited this area. We have mapped this area on the basis of watershed basis. The image actually itself it's showing here. You find that erosion intensity mapping units. We have put our own criteria and parameters for physical, chemical, like that physiography and erosion, slope. We put some criteria based on that erosion intensity mapping has been developed. Based on that, finally we have arrived at priority of the area. So whatever red color is showing, it is very high priority. That means it's very high prone of erosions, more ravinous lands like E4 erosion. We can say that terminology E4, that for ravinous land, E3 for very severe erosions. Like that, the red color showing in our Chambal land, that is coming under Morena district. It's anybody from Morena, anybody from Madhya Pradesh? Nobody? Okay, no problem. So this is very high priority zone. That is 2003 survey. So after that, so that is area of 97,000 hectares of land. We observed different mapping and erosion intensity mapping units. You can find here the reclaimed ravines around 23,000. Shallow ravines are 38,000 something. So like that area we observed. In the year of 2000, after 2000 we are gone for again our recent technology. That time that remote sensing in images we are not used so much in 2003. for lesser amount, because that much of resolution we have not get it. Now the year of after 2000, in 2016, 2021, we are using, because why I am telling how our science and technology has improved, how much it will useful for everyone. So 2016, 2021, we have survived using remote sensing and GIS interpretation, by which we will interpret our ArcGIS system. After that we are going for, that's called pre-field interpretation. After that we go to field and we can observe the soil and we can study the soil profiles, different agar bore and mapping the soils. It is a very huge task. And everyone, we are all in the field for 3 to 4 months continuously. We will not come to our house. We will be stay back. Every day morning we will go traveling around 100 and 150 kilometers per day. So 3 months we will stay together and we will map that area, then we will come back. So that is, you can find this is a conventional method, and remote sensing GIS followed by soil survey program, that is also 97,000. So this much of science and technology has helpful for developing this area. Why I am telling here, you can find that what are all the ravines percentage, everything will be here. So this is a recent one we have developed on micro watershed. It is a 7th stage of our watershed stage, and last stage is mini micro watershed. In this area, because it is having more drainage in Chambal region, Chambal river having more drainage, it is originated from our India. So therefore, we will develop the mini micro watershed. Every mini micro watershed the range of 300 to 500 hectare. So by which we can mark that area and we can go for what is the problems in that soil and how to conserve the soil. So this is one village we have taken for case study. Not one village, there are 5 villages we have taken. That this is one village I have taken. Now you can find here one village called as Jahavana village of that Morina district of Madhya Pradesh. You find here we are using our ArcGIS software, as well as we are using different DEM. What is DEM? Anybody? Yes, good. So it is having different resolutions, like our 12.5 meter to 5 meter resolutions tak hum log le liya hai. So along that we are using our list4 data as well as sentinel data and a survey of India topo sheets, as well as different layers, various hydrological layers, administrative layers from our by which we can mosaic everything, and we have did our pre-field interpretation in that area. And using our ArcGIS, now Saab has told about artificial intelligence AI programs. We are used in that programs in this aspect. This is called as digital elevation model based on the cut and fill analysis for work, that how to that particular area. In GIS, one software is there, one tools are there, cut and fill method, by which we can find out based on the different DEM datas, and we will having the tools based on which we can, based on the cut and fill method, we can leveling the lands by artificial intelligence itself. This is one program only. So here you can find different types of ravines. Different type of ravines are there. Okay. Shallow ravines, medium ravines, deep to very deep ravines, very dark reddish color. That is reclaimed ravine agriculture. This is yellow color. So this was how we have developed, and we have visited the field. So we have visited the field, and we will how much we have done the various profile studies, various physico-chemical properties of the soil studied in our soil laboratory. And another one tools are called as there is everyone knows that that agriculture people mostly know the universal soil loss equations. This is revised universal soil loss equation based on our GIS system, by which we have developed how much tons of soil lost in the soil per hectares. So on average in that particular village, around 50 tons, minimum 50 tons of soil per hectare per year is losing in this area. So likewise, we have put a tabular form, you have find it here. So any programs, we not only give ourselves only the research purpose, we have to give a solution. That's the main program. See, in this program, we will give our solution for that's 3 micro watershed. That means mini micro watershed of 300 to 500 hectares area I have taken. So there are 335 mini micro watershed in particular village. So here you can find that one small dots are there round. That is called as different conservation measures. Like there we can go for contour farming, where we have go for carbon structures. Anybody knows what is that structure? Any engineering people? Yeah. Yes. Very good. As mechanical stabilization by which using stone boulders like that and like a chain types. So that also we have given our suggestion, and leveling of the land and water harvesting structure we can make it. So these are all the program we have organized and we have implemented in that particular village. So our honorable farmer agriculture minister are very much happy, and we are planning to increase the area to conserve the through using our RGs. Why we are telling the recent technology, please you can use it properly. So now I am coming to our Bangalore center. This is Tamil Nadu Virudhunagar district we have taken into consider, but that is remote sensing program. This also remote sensing program, but this is our main program. That are all project oriented. These are all the program all over India we are doing here. You find the photograph, this is nothing but wasteland. In India, most of the agricultural lands are now converting into wasteland area. Why? Because of problems of mainly water, and other problems are farmers are unknowingly putting various fertilizers, and previously the second green revolution very much helpful, but I am correct. But after that, the next stage, how we can conserve the soil. The physical constraints of the soils are very bad now. The salinity, Sab already told about salinity is increasing day by day, and alkalinity, we can go to the Punjab, the soil become waterlogged soil, salinity, alkalinity is increased. In even we can, as per our knowledge, what we are observed in the coastal areas, the backwaters problems, as well as soil is converting, farmers unable to, even they don't know how to cultivate. Actually, that's why our department comes with soil health card programs. By the way, we are recommending like a doctors, we can go to the doctors, he will check your blood, whatever it is, and they will give a result. So likewise, soil is also one of our main criteria, and we have given our soil, because this is a program by state government. We are allotted a different, we will give, I will give the own maps, show you here. So like a health card, farmers, they don't know what is soil health card. Around India, only 10% people only know about soil health card, farmers. So it's our, farmers are backbone, nearly 65% of our farmers are there in our total population. They don't know, ignorance, it's a problems of ignorance of the farmers. They don't know, in the soil health card you can go and you can see the survey number, that called as Kstacademy number. So we will show how much urea you need, how much phosphorus, how much potassium you need. So everything in that soil health card itself mentioned. Farmers, they don't know. That's itself we have find it here. These are all previously agriculture land. Now it is converted into wasteland, called as culturable wasteland. Anybody know what is culturable wasteland? Agriculture people are sitting here. What is culturable wasteland? Yes, good. So previously it's agriculture, nearly last 5 years, it has not been cultivated and the land is converted into wasteland, culturable wasteland. But this land, maybe we will convert it into agriculture. Providingly we can give all the management programs. Yes, sir. Wasteland soil is healthy. We can brought. Yes, yes, there are various reasons, number of reasons, even including climate. And another one reason what I have find in that area, you can find this soil map. I think it's not showing here, yes. This is a soil, actually I am not going with soil map. The detailed soil, so this is the one detailed soil, so entire district of Virudhunagar district. This is 4.2 lakh hectare area, Virudhunagar districts. Here you can find the soil maps. What is soil map? Soil map consists of, we will say that my name is Williams, sir name is Ganesh sir, my classmate Dr. Ramasubramaniam, that different name. We have a different texture, tone, everything, okay. Likewise, soil having all physical, chemical characters, not only surface, like our body, it's having a own anatomy, like that soil is having a own anatomy. That's called as that profile, soil profile, we can say soil profile. So we have studied that soil, that's called a soil series. Name, soil series name. Every soil, suppose black soil, one soil name we are giving. In the black soil itself, it's having different characteristics, different soil series name. Like red soil, alluvial soil, coastal soil, different soils. Based on that we have, I come to then. So soil series we have developed based on the different soil type. In that soil series, you can find different slopes, different erosions, different texture of the soil, which texture having soil having more clay texture, which soil having sandy texture, which is suitable soil. And we are giving this different land use pattern in the soil series mapping unit itself. It's a very big topic, that's why I have not showed that soil map. Based on that, we have developed this red color, it is called as culturable wasteland. The red color showing it is a cultural wasteland. The profiles are black cotton soil. This black cotton soil in Deccan Plateau you can find in the Maharashtra is so much. Here in our south also you can find it Coimbatore. Even in our Karnataka, Tungabhadra belt is very vast belt is having this black soil. This is a soil having more clay and waterlogging problems are there. Recently we completed one project, Tungabhadra catchment project in some village. And here we are observed that alkalinity is increasing in center of Karnataka, as well as the alkalinity and salinity also increases, need of lot of management programs. So this is one what I already said about soil health card program. Our department giving training to the students, farmers, and this is how to take the soil. Even in your village, if you are we people are belongs to village only. Okay, so your village having a samples, you can collect the samples, and if you can develop your village, then only you can develop the entire India. So you collect the samples. So there are some methodologies are there. Collect the samples and submit to your nearby the soil laboratory, and physical chemical properties they will analyze. This is a soil map. This is called a soil map that consists of 12 parameters. Which soil pH, how much pH, acidity, alkalinity, everything I am showing. That's a pink color is showing the alkalinities of soil, orange color is showing acid soil in this map. So like the electrical conductivity means salinity, how much salinity is there, that area it will show, how much that is nitrogen, available nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. In India, nitrogen level is so less. It's a very big, huge task to manage our soil, manage our India. So last I come to the end. So in our always soil survey program, after our mapping, we go for interpretation. Which soil suitable for agriculture, which soil suitable for forestry, which soil suitable for plantation. Everything we are providing in a interpretation techniques. So whatever you finding in that photographs, it is a Idukki region. In the last 2018 to 2021, the interpretation techniques 6, it is going to 7. I think land capability class, I think some agri peoples are here. There are land capability class. Anybody know land capability class? Yes. How many land capability class? 8. So up to 4 is suitable for agriculture. After 4, from 5 to 8, suitable for forestry and other soil conservation programs. As per our recent study, the Kerala government also given one project for land capability classes. So we find that 6 become 7, 7 become 8. That means erosion is more because of the high and slope. Farmers are cultivating banana, rubber plantation. Rubber are erosion prone crop or what conserve one? Anybody rubber plantation? Rubber plantation, it is introduced by British for own their interest, but now it is a commercial crop. It is a very high erosion properties. It is coming under very high slopes, but Kerala government has taken a lot of initiation to control this type of erosion. This erosion not due to nature always a nature, but we have faulty agriculture practices by which our land are degrading. And the same we can carry the desertification, already explained, land degradation, and changing farming activities. What we have find in our Karnataka as well as in Maharashtra, Aurangabad, the D2 soil, that is less than 25 centimeter only soil depth. Okay, but farmers are cultivating sugarcane. Anybody can tell sugarcane suitable for less than 25 centimeter soil? Because sugarcane is a deep rooted crop, but farmers are cultivating. Like cotton also they are cultivating. Cotton are showing this much very short. They don't know why it is coming, because of depth. That's why we are developing different soil maps. So likewise, every 20 to 25 years we need of one soil survey program followed by mapping as well as management, by which we can improve our economy. So final, and I can say that India is investing only 0.68% of our gross GDP for our research and research purpose. So in China we can compare, they are more than 2.5% of our gross GDP they are using. Even though we are the 5th largest economy, but investment in research and development is very low. So we the people and you all the research scholars all are the future of our nation. Try very hard and try to improve our nation agriculture in our ecosystem. Economic growth is a main phenomenon, no problem, no doubt. But economic growth, socio-economic growth. Our farmers are very important. Our soil is very important. Take into consider and develop our nation. Thank you.
Thank you for giving a brief insight into the topic, that is saying the importance of soil and land use study and mapping. Perhaps your institute is doing a wonderful job on an all-India basis to conserve the soil and the soil and the land use survey. I think we have given also importance on the watershed atlas, that's atlas of India. That's a fantastic job. That's documentation is required for future use. And perhaps the government of Karnataka and government of India have a fantastic program of developing the soil health cards, like similar to that of the medical card that we have. So that's being operated, and any farmer can volunteer themselves to go to the Department of Agriculture in wherever they are, in which of the district or taluk they have. And in fact, US Bengaluru is also taking lead on this particular issue. So we have a soil science department who collects a lot of samples across the state and university institution and do this kind of an activity. And thank you, and you have given a very good insight, and I think more of the students from the agriculture background and other people here have a good information. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Any question from students?
Two questions are allowed, only quickly, and if there are any more questions you can have outside, you can have a discussion with you. Quickly, 1 or 2 questions. First, any one student, anyone?
This is very interesting, the point brought up that, like health cards, soil health cards. What I would like to ask you question is, are there any small laboratories which are available at district level or taluk level, or
Yeah.
wherein you get the report soon to the farmer?
Yes.
You said that ignorance of the farmer. Most of the time what they do, because lack of knowledge and lack of patience, and so many reasons why farmer is not so much interested to take his soil to the test, to the laboratories.
Yes, we have an answer.
Yeah, most of, I'll come to that point. So most of the farmers, they ignore. They no, I don't have time. For various reasons, he will not even do the testing of the soil. And he do some cultivating some crop. But he, again, is going to fail it. So what my thing is there a small laboratory which will give a report within no time to the farmer wherein he is dissatisfied? Now, I wanted to bring this to the panchayat level wherein he do not want even logistics perspective.
Yeah.
He don't want to waste his time. He has to go to the center.
Sir, actually, yeah, sorry for the interruption. We have an answer for your question.
Okay.
Sir, please you can.
Actually, it's a very simple, sir. The farmers, there is no cost involved of government program. Even private soil laboratories are there. So just to only collect the samples and go to the Karnataka government having soil laboratory in every district and every blocks. You just farmers, suppose if you belongs to one particular block, in that having lot of villages coming, and give the sample to that block level. That's our only block ADA office. That's all. Because it's having the properties, it is not an instant. It will take minimum 3 months to analyze the samples. 3 months, minimum 3 months. It will take some processing and different parameters. They're using different instrument. So the farmers need to give how to collect the samples. That AA agriculture officer and AA assistant agriculture officer, they will explain to the farmers. They will go and particular survey, in that survey number they will collect here and there and mix it, and quadrant basis they will collect, and only 500 gram sample they have to give. 500 gram sample is essential. That's sufficient.
Answer. The Department of Agriculture have at the district levels, they have the soil testing labs. And of late, the government of Karnataka has floated the mobile soil testing labs also.
Yes.
So, like, as I said, anywhere, any farmer can approach and get his soils tested. And they would also give a card and recommendations, like what he explained. So, what is plus and what is minus? That kind of a recommendation would also go. Please take note of that.
His question I understand. No, no. He says a farmer will. He says a farmer.
I would like to make it very clear. I want to bring in the collaboration of the technology in here. The 3 months is going to be a longer duration where the farmer cannot wait for it. So what I want to get an answer here is, can you bring down this process to the smaller tenure where the farmer can get a quick answer and you will also get advice. These are the crops can be grown.
Sir,
Yes.
I just add, because what he meant is, most farmers have quick solutions,
Answer
suggestions,
solutions, yes.
like NPK. See, he's telling 3 months for various things. But immediately what I should do, and they do not know many times where to go. Right, some Kendras or KVKs, if they have this facility, they know where is RSK, they know where is KVK. But all of them do not have this facility.
Okay.
So suggestion in this, the is a farmer I know.
Yeah.
So is
That's possible, sir. Actually, nowadays,
like that.
the steel lines have taken place.
Yeah.
And as you said, KVKs are also working in the university system. So they also have support the farmer for soil testing. So perhaps, the testing can happen in the off season, especially when there is no crop. So that's the usual plan. And by the time you take up next sowings, the results would be ready based on the recommendations.
Yeah. Sujala previously. Yeah.
Okay, already for the 22 districts of the state, okay, so each for every land parcel, okay, soil analysis data is available and it's available in the Watershed Development Department website, sir, actually. And remaining districts, they are already taking, okay, and that data will also be available.
Yes.
Wherever the farmer is specifically in a particular.
No, I understand. Since I know the center gap, I'm telling what is happening with the gap between farmer and
Awareness.
okay, even SLL data available is not to all farmers. Western map not available to all farmers. Soil not available to all farmers. What is telling
Sir,
is
I think you
farmer
got the
not getting-
point.
it's a
You
larger
got the
issue.
point.
It's a larger
You
issue.
can have a more discussion also.
Yeah, yeah.
In 1 minute, I would like to connect why I'm coming this way, because I'm a tech savvy. So I'm connecting this in a minute, that one of the customer I support in the US, they give the blood samples in any kiosk. Within no time, you'll get your email with the report. Okay, can we bring it down?
So certainly it's possible. I think IT solutions are available now. I think we can connect anywhere and everywhere. And please, you can also have a touch with the science Timegoda. You will connect with there. And certainly we'll take your service. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Take advice and this is GKVK at your level.
Sure.
Try to improve how we can reach farmers.
Certainly. That will be okay. And then now I thank once again.
So please. And one more thing, we are actually next last week of June we are organizing the role of ICT in agriculture. So you can please attend. All your doubts will be cleared in that 10 days training program.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you so much. Now I would call upon the second speaker, Rama Subramani. His topic is Soil and Land Degradation Studies using remote sensing. I think a lot of progress has been made, and I think it's time to share your views quickly, sir. And your presentations would be restricted only for 15 minutes and 5 minutes discussion. Yeah, before he starts, I think Subramaniam, yeah, 1 second, sir. 1 second. Yeah, it's elaborate receiver is there. And currently is the life member of Indian Society of Remote Sensing and the Elite Zone Research Association of India and Astronautical Society of India and reviewer of international and national journals. That's a fantastic job. I think he has got a plenty of knowledge on this particular issue. And sir, I would hand it over to you. And your time starts now and only for 20 minutes.
Okay, sir, no problem. Thank you. Respected chair and my dear friends, students, friends, and dignitaries. Good morning to all. Actually, today this presentation I made by only for students only. This is a soil land relation studies using geospatial technology. Maybe all are agriculture background people. They should know geospatial means what. Geospatial means what? It comprises of remote sensing, GIS and GPS together with various models using IT solutions and IoT sensor and bring the solution to final level. That is called geospatial technology. Here ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, we are generating data, various satellite data. Everything I want to cover here. It is starting from 78 meter or 1 kilometer to sub-meter level. Now we are having to data 0.6 meter. Cartosat data are available. And we have another program called UAV data. Already sir is told. Various drones with various type of image, MX image, RGB image, various DMs available like that. So in this lecture I am covering soil mapping using remote sensing. Already my friend William is told about their work. Now I am using only remote sensing part. Second thing is land relation studies. ISRO, NRSC is doing land relation project whole India. We are doing. Every 5 years we are doing change also. How that methodology is there. I don't want to go to any statistics, just methodology for students' purpose. Third is watershed studies. We have Sujala watershed, we have NWA watershed programs, and recently so many watershed programs. That also single thing I am covering. Then how that climate change based upon the site suitability analysis using geospatial technology. Then another important point is rainwater harvesting sites. That is very crucial. With my earlier our GM, we done so much work. Here I want to say how that geospatial technology is used for rainwater harvesting sites. Then single thing I cover soil hyperspectral studies. Whatever sir asks question, I have the answer. Various sensor everything we can do estimate soil nutrient property successfully within a minute of time. That we have soil hyperspectrality. Already I completed one project with with under guidance of Dr. Ganesh Raj. We completed the project for 2 soil series level. That study insight also I am telling. Then now everybody talking about artificial intelligence. What we are doing in our center, DL and MML related studies, few studies, 1 or 2 studies for students' purpose. Finally, drone studies, 1 or 2 slides I am covering. Yeah, this I already told. We have different type of data, optical data, micro data, then GPS also there. Now even we are having hyperspectral data also. Using all the data, we want to do all the images and finally go for what? That is for our sustainable development. Or used for our governance purpose only, various minister purpose only. So this is a sensor, I already told, panchromatic sensor we are having, synthetic aperture radar data, micro data we are having, multispectral data we are having, and hyperspectral we are having. Now we are having our hyperspectral data also, foreign satellite data also there. Now data there is no issue. All the data, our ISRO policy also, it is freely available in our Bhuvan website, Bhuvan Pudini websites also. Students go there and download the data. So much open series data is also available.
That website you can tell us.
Yeah. Bhuvan.gov. or bhunidhi.gov.nrc.gov.in. These are the total earth observation. Our seniors, Pals, are also there here. Here, various aspects, not only agriculture and soil, we are doing various aspects. We have DMC program, we have forest and environment program, we have weather and climate program, we have ocean studies, we have different disaster support. So many things we are having. Here only we cover only agriculture and soil. Yeah, coming to the agriculture, using this geospatial technology, we will do so much work, especially crop mapping. Now, FASL program is there, CAB program is there. Now, using our micro data, nowadays we are joined with our Karnataka government and we are doing crop insurance program also. Help from MNCFC, that center is there in Delhi. Using them, we are doing crop insurance program also. Then another important point is soil mapping and monitoring. We want to develop, with SLUSSy, we developed 50K soil map. With the old map, whatever he told previously, NRIS mapping, we added our remote sensing data on that one and fine tuning and harmonizing.
Dry land situations also, mainly because when the temperature is high, the plant will become weaker. Okay, succulent, more of succulent. When the plant is succulent, the external organism can penetrate into the plant system very easily. That is making very susceptible for pest and diseases. Pathology happened because of the climate change. We need to acclimatize or adapt and sustain under that circumstances, for which we need to follow both mitigate sustain to produce sustainably under dry land farming situation. The mitigation strategies, which includes one is cropland management practices, manure and biosolid management practices, soil management practices. By adopting livestock management, bioenergy and also grazing land management, we need to concentrate to minimize the greenhouse gas emissions. In the cropland management practices, we need to adopt high-yielding varieties and also varieties which are having tolerance to the extremities like heat waves or drought. Okay, drought-tolerant varieties we need to achieve more of greening. And also we need to go for alternate land use systems, agroforestry-like system. We need to increase our green cover to an extent of 33%, as we are targeting for 33%, and the present is around 16%. Okay, we don't have the land area to divert exclusively for forest development. Okay, in the agriculture system also we can do by adopting agroforestry system, where we can go for planting upright growing trees on the bunds in east-west direction without affecting the agriculture production. We can achieve some green. Okay, that kind of strategies we need to adopt under crop management strategies. Then cover crops and intercrops we need to promote under this one, especially in the widely spaced crop like pigeon pea, okay, red gram, okay, where we have the spacing of about 4 feet or 5 feet or 6 feet even. Okay, under that circumstances, the inter-row corridor can be utilized for covering, can be utilized for cultivating some short-growing, having short duration crops like green gram or black gram or field bean. Okay, such kind of, under that circumstances, the exposure of the soil between the crop row gets reduced, and that will cover, and that will also add green biomass into the soil, that will sequester more of carbon into the soil, and that will improve the organic matter contents of the soil also, besides fixing the atmospheric nitrogen. And we need to handle our manures, okay, very properly, because unscientific handling of management will also emit greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Okay, most of the rural areas, if you are going, the compost pits or the farmyard manure pits are located on the roadside actually. Okay, under that circumstances, during summer it burns automatically. During rainy season, in the metalled road, okay, whatever the water which is runoff flowing from the road will wash up the nutrients also. Only the inert material we are adding into the soil as organic manure. Instead, we can go for scientific composting, and that can be used for sustaining our soil health. And nutrient management, okay, we can't sustain completely under this one. We need to go for integrated approaches, under which, okay, scientific fertilizer management, okay, when to apply, how much to apply, okay, and which method to apply. Okay, if we can follow such kind of scientific precision management of nutrients, definitely we can achieve, minimize the greenhouse gas emission into the soil from the atmosphere. Okay, and also, okay, we can use the mycorrhiza like organisms, okay, which can produce as a glomalin, okay, a protein, okay, that can able to, okay, picks up the carbon into the soil. Okay, such kind of practices we have to adopt to minimize the exploitation. Then agroforestry, as I already told, as an alternate land use system, okay, if you can inculcate agroforestry into the dryland ecosystem especially, okay, the farmer, even if he loses the crop on one side, on the other side you are developing the ecosystem, and the other side he is developing his income from the tree covers, tree plants. After 7 to 15 years of time, he will realize the income whatever he is supposed to realize from the agriculture crops. Okay, that kind of practices we have to inculcate. And in the livestock, as you know, ammonia is get emitted from the livestock in larger proportion, and livestock are also contributing almost 16% of the greenhouse gases in Karnataka, in Indian situation. Okay, under that circumstances, a simple ammoniated straw, okay, while preparing the silage, we can put some urea or ammoniated ammonia, okay, then it will minimize the emission of the ammonia from the animal bodies, okay, that will minimize the greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, in addition to this, okay, so we need to adopt adaptive strategies. The adaptation strategy, which clearly says under dryland farming system, okay, we have a proverb in the extension system, that is, make the running water to walk. Okay, as I already told, soil has become crushed and infiltration rate is slow. So under that circumstances, you need to make a structure or the practices in such a way that you incorporate structures, okay, such that more and more amount of water gets infiltrate into the soil, infiltrate and percolate into the soil, for which we use a proverb, make the running water to walk, walking water to crawl, crawling water to infiltrate, infiltrated water to percolate and recharge this one. Okay, for this, okay, the priorities, okay, we need to go for drought proofing technologies, sustainable natural resource management technologies, crop intensification, risk and disaster management practices we have to go. I may not go in depth into all the practices for want of time. Maybe if you have any doubts, maybe you can discuss during the lunch hours, or subsequently you can take my contact and also discuss over phone also. Okay, here, okay, the first practices which we need to do under dryland farming is, our land is not leveled. Okay, it is a slopey land. Under the slopey land situation, whenever the rainfall happens, soil is already crushed, which makes the runoff to increase in higher intensity. So for this, we need to do is, okay, first we need to do contour bunding, putting the bund across the slope, okay, will take care of the making the water to infiltrate, which will increase the ponding time of water in the soil actually. So in situ conservation is possible through contour bunding. Then tillage, like fall flowing, okay, free monsoon showers, make use initially, and you can go for flowing up the land. The crushed soil, hard soil, okay, will become smoothen. Okay, the porous soil will make, okay, it will open its mouth, keep its mouth open for infiltrating the subsequent rainfall into the soil actually. So tillage, okay, we have to take across the slope and other things. There are so many things. And broad bed and furrows in case of black soils. Tide ridges also in case of black soil situation, and inter-terrace management between the terrace, as I already told, by incorporating some grasses or the tree covers, okay, we can go with this one. And don't waste any organic material from the farm. Okay, you can make use of them for either for composting or you make use for mulching. The mulching of the organic materials on the soil surface will minimize the evaporation loss from the soil and also increase the organic matter content into the soil, because upon the decomposition of the mulched organic material, it will become organic matter in the soil, and it will improve the soil fertility also. And additionally, that will have an advantage of making the more amount of rainfall get into infiltration. That is, it obstructs the movement of the runoff water. So that way, it will increase the rainfall infiltration into the soil. So scooping, basin listing, and terracing in case of hilly areas. Okay. So, and in addition to that, the government of Karnataka is doing this Krishi Bhagya Yojana, wherein, okay, excess runoff water can be collected at the lowest point of the farm, okay, through the farm ponds, and excess water can be diverted through, okay, borewell recharge pits, okay, and also percolation pond check dams like watershed activities, okay, which we can incorporate under to increase the rainwater harvesting. And we need to increase the soil health. Soil health increase should be an integral component of the watershed management as well as sustainable dryland farming, because the organic matter content we need to increase at least from 0.3 to 0.5%, okay, to sustain. So for that, we don't have sufficient animal population. Animal population is declining. Availability of the organic manure is also declining. Under that circumstances, we need to look for the alternative strategies. The alternative strategies means the nature has gifted us one thing, okay, that is bimodal rainfall distribution in case of southern Karnataka. In the pre-monsoon shower, in the first shower, okay, you can go for broadcasting the green manure crops like sunnems, dayancha. Okay, you can broadcast after 40-45 days. You can incorporate maybe in the month of May rains. Okay, you can make use of the May rains to grow green manure crops and incorporate in the month of June, and in July and August you can go for the main cropping season. So organic matter to an extent of 25 to 35 tons can be added through the green manures. Okay, so by making use of the bulky organic manures, okay, tank seeds is another source. Okay, desilting of the tanks, okay, rejuvenation of the tanks by desilting or desilted this one can be used for increasing the for enhancing the soil sustainability. And we need to adopt appropriate cropping according to the sowing season. Okay, so if you are taking up the sowing, these are the crops suitable. Okay, I don't go in depth for the want of time. Okay, maybe anyway this literature is already published and available to you. And intercropping is another important component, as I already told. Okay, the wasteland between the crop rows, okay, can be used, one, to cover the soil. Okay, you need to reduce the exposure of the soil into the radiation. Okay, in that way you can cover the soil and increase the organic matter content of the soil. And intercrops is an insurance against the climatic risk. If one crop fails, from at least from the other crops. Okay, and contingency measures we have to adapt. And agromet advisories are the important component, which we already started actually. In the under the reward program, as I already told, for the 22 districts, already soil maps are generated. Even by making use of the satellite technology, also we can assess the soil fertility is another thing. Okay, based on the fertility and also weather forecasting and soil moisture conditions, we are issuing the advisory to the farmers. Okay, at what time, what practices the farmer has to attend to bring the sustainability. Okay, so in that context, agromet advisory will also play a major role. So alternate land use system, as I already told, okay, perennial trees we have to encourage, and the bunds in east-west directions. Then agriculture mechanization, okay, definitely, because the time gap available for the land preparation or cultural operations of the under dryland situation is very narrow. Under that situation, agriculture mechanization is inevitable. Although mechanization is dangerous for the soil health, because when you are passing heavy implements on the soil will become crushed actually. But if you can manage the organic matter content of the soil, automatically the mechanization will not have that impact actually. So balancing them, okay, we can do with mechanization through Krishi Yantradhara Yojana of the government of Karnataka. They could able to supply the equipments which is required for the farmers in that vicinity. And apart from that, we need to go for integrated approach. Okay, the farmer, okay, should not be specialized for a particular crop. Okay, he should have the integrated components of various components. Okay, not only agriculture crops, he can go the horticulture crops. Along with that, other enterprises like poultry sources, and depending on his skill, depending on the availability of the manpower, okay, he can integrate the component. Maybe, okay, if you can do that one, definitely there is a possible to increase the productivity, and we can increase the productivity as well as income of the farmers, okay, and bring out the sustainability through climate smart farming, okay, where we have smartness in all these components: water smart, weather smart, carbon smart, and also energy smart. Okay, and even our farmers need to be made smart in terms of knowledge. Okay, that will bring out sustainability to the farmers. Thank you. For want of time, sorry, I was a bit faster.
Time restriction ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. So thank you, Thimmaivanji. I think
thank you, sir.
Wonderful job.
Thank you, sir.
The take home message is that under the climate changing scenario, we need to adopt the climate smart agriculture. So that's the take home message for all of us. I think a lot of information is gathered and presented in a very nice way, and it's very understandable. I think all three presentations are interlinked. So nothing, it's nobody is away from anybody. So it's a fantastic thing that all the three presentations are interlinked. Thank you. Any questions from the students at Thimmaivanji? Maybe you have a questions. ಅಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಬೇಡ, ನನಗೆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ 1 or 2.
No problem, sir. I can answer here.
Anybody from students side? Yeah. So only one student is active right from the beginning. Why not others?
So how sustainable is it to use tanks as a nutrient source in agriculture? Because it's mostly clay soil. Yes. So the destruction in the physical properties of the soil is there. Yes. And waterlogging is a major problem because it is being faced from where I come from, like because of the use of tanks. So there has been problems with waterlogging, which is again a problem for farmers. Planting.
Yeah, I will answer here, otherwise. Okay. Yeah, very true, sir. Actually, tanks, when you are applying, when you are going for application of the tank seeds, one thing what you need to do is you need to analyze the soil as well as the tank seeds actually. But why I presented here, for want of time, I could not go in depth. Okay. Here, in case of, we have the soils of two kinds in the Karnataka. In the southern parts, it is mostly sandy to sandy loam texture, and in the northern Karnataka, it is more of clayey in nature actually. When you are applying the tank seeds tank silt is the source of, okay, that the source of soil particles for the tank silt is from our land only. Whatever the runoff which has caused the erosion, okay, that soil particle which is carried over by the runoff has been accumulated in the tank actually. So that not only the soil particles, it will also, the nutrient particle will also be binded in the soil particle, will also be carried away by this one. Mostly the silt and clay particle will move because the sand particle is little heavy for moving. Okay, silt and clay particle will move into this one. Okay, when you are bringing the silt and clay particle and applying back to the sandy loam texture, no need to worry much, sir, because our soil is already sandy to sandy loam, means it is porous in nature, and applying tank silt in a quantity less than 15 tons per hectare will not have any impact at all. But in case of clayey soil, definitely I agree. Okay, when you are bringing the silt or clay back into the clay, okay, the clay content will increase. That may block the force. Under other circumstances, wisely you have to analyze the soil as well as the silt particle and decide what is the quantity of silt which can apply to the back to the soil. Okay, but in case of red soil situation, up to 15-20 tons per hectare is not at all a problem. If you want to go behind 15 or 20 tons per hectare, definitely you would need to characterize your soils. Thank you.
Possible from the department side that base can be taken and you can add any kind of sound. So any more questions from the student side? If no, farmer is very eager to ask a question. Yeah, it's your choice.
It will not take much time. Yes. My question is there any effort or research in progress to encounter the Parthenium as a weed? Yes, sir.
Yeah, lot of research has been conducted and it's also going in the AICRP and weed control. So we have an exclusive scheme on AICRP and weed control which they are doing. Okay, as you know, Parthenium is not that easy. It is like our COVID. Okay, it is like our COVID actually. Because the seed production ability of the Parthenium is very huge, sir, actually. One plant will produce more than billions of seeds actually. So once it flowers, okay, even if you made a control, it will not at all be useful actually. And another problem with the Parthenium is it has got a good dormancy. Okay, seeds will not germinate at one stretch. Okay, if once seeding means almost 10 to 12 years, okay, that is having the viability, and that will come back actually. Okay, that is the hurdle what we have for the control of the Parthenium weeds. But still, lot of efforts are being going. Okay, maybe in the plantations they have recommended even okay, cultural methods as well as the biological methods. But in the field crops, if you go for proper cultivation, okay, good agriculture practices or the cultural practices, if you do, okay, the Parthenium menace may not be that thing. In the neglected field, I do agree, okay, that will come more majorly in the neglected field, sir. Thank you.
At the end, I think we had three fantastic presentations from these scientists who are really working on the same line. And I think many questions have raised by the students also, so also farmer friends. I think still there could be many more questions in your mind that perhaps you can have the numbers and you have contact at any point of time. And they are all available nowadays with mobile. So you can get their email IDs also in case it is required for future. And I request all the three presenters to hand over their mobile numbers after the email ID so that anybody gets any kind of doubt in the future, they can have a correspondence with that. So with these remarks, I think we had a wonderful presentations on the particular day of this particular day celebration. So that is environment astronomy, the impact of climate change on soil and agriculture. This World Environment Day celebration is more meaningful. And I thank Ramesh and his team for providing me this particular opportunity to chair this particular session and having an interaction, learning more from all of you. Thank you, every one of you. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session. And thank you today's technical session speakers, Maria Joseph sir and Rama Subramaniam sir and Timmegoda sir, for highlighting a lot of climate mitigation measures using advanced technologies like geospatial technology and remote sensing. So now we can have 40 minutes lunch break, And after that, please assemble back here itself for the another technical session. The afternoon by 2, please assemble back here. So thank you, Anandal. Thank you, Ananda, for your wonderful time.
Huh? Jain Heritage School. Anybody from Jain Heritage School? Okay. Now we have a technical session. This session is chaired by Dr. M.A. Paul. Dr. M.A. Paul, Associate Director, Sponsored Respond ISRO. He got his PhD in Earth Sciences, joined ISRO in the year 2000, experience in the field of remote sensing, application in natural resources. At present, he is looking after sponsored research programs at ISRO. I welcome you, sir.
Some decade back, there was a huge schools of thought. One is whether really
thank you very much for. Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you very much for the kind introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank KSTA and Dr. Ramesh for inviting me. This is the second time I'm giving the talk here. Happy to hear that you still remember my talk. How many of you heard my talk before? If anybody is there, you can raise your hand. Other than you. Okay. So the reason is actually, my talk is, almost 60-70% of my talk, exactly the talk previously I delivered here, and some component I included in this one. This is an important subject, and I'm sure you already heard in the morning. And this is one of the problems, carbon or whatever climate change we are facing, is one of the important problems currently humanity is facing. And thanks to KSTA arranging such a platform to give the awareness to the young mind. So, and I'm a chemist, basically I'm a chemist. Many of you are practicing chemistry. Probably my talk is rich in chemistry, some portion. I try to, dilute as much as I can, but if you have any questions, please raise your hand during the talk or after the talk, you can ask the question. I have a request, please don't sleep. I heard that you got a very nice, excellent lunch. Yeah. So raise your hand. So here, as the title talks about, this is material design and development in carbon recycling for sustainable use. When I'm talking about carbon recycling, it's nothing but whatever the carbon we are getting. Any process you talk about, you get a carbon. The carbon, how we can efficiently use. Say, for example, you drive a car and use diesel, and you emit, this much amount of, carbon dioxide. In number, if you run 10,000 miles of car, 8,000 ton of, kilogram of CO2 you are emitting. Just imagine in a house how many cars, how many of you are driving, and in a city like Bengaluru, how much amount of carbon dioxide just from automobile. And you just imagine if you are looking for in a industry like cement, coal, etc. Numerous, in a million metric tons, I would say a billion, ton of CO2 we are emitting. The problem is actually there are a lot of technology we know, but there are limitations. There is a capacity we can control that way. People talk about carbon capture, carbon sequestration, but the issue is actually if you sequestration, if you do the sequestration, then that will change the soil nature. You are, some of the talks might have talking about that. pH of the soil will damage. It will affect your agriculture. Or you can do that in marine sequestration. It will change the pH of the water. Carbon and carbon in water, so they react together. Bicarbonate will produce. It will affect the marine life also. There are technology, but we are limited to do that technology beyond certain extent. So the capacity that you are hello? Okay. So the capacity we have, it's very limited. So what I am doing, instead of doing that sequestration, recycle that one. Convert into something in the form of chemicals or energy that can be used for the daily life. Again, that process also produces carbon dioxide. And then again, we just capture and convert. It's a kind of a cycling. That's what we are doing. For that, we have to discover the material. Without material, that's the heart of the topic, heart of the technology. Without having proper material, without having efficient material, however, whatever you do, it's kind of routine thing. And we cannot improve the technology beyond certain capacity. So we use a lot of it's not moving. Yeah, okay. So first of all, wish you a happy World Environment Day. It was the 5th of June. As of convenience, we are celebrating here. So here, for your information, I'm heading one center of excellence, the first in the country, supported by DST, for your information, young people. And we have
all kind of technology available related to carbon capture and utilization by thermochemical, electrochemical and photochemical. And this also helping to train the students or giving the awareness of this carbon recycling. And where you can see that carbon capture, convert and utilization, and it probably is coming from coal and then converting to different chemicals. You can see that when we try to understand the life cycle assessment. So you might have heard about carbon positive, carbon negative or carbon neutral. So always we try to make at least carbon neutral. It would be always nice carbon negative, but it's quite challenging. But at least carbon neutral, if we can keep it, that would be nice. And whether the technology that we develop is economically viable process. So we have to do a lot of math, a lot of calculation, economically favorable or not. I just want to bring this slide. If you look at this slide, everything that you can think about, you are using all these chemicals, all these household items. And these are coming from oil, whether your shoe or umbrella or footboard, whatever it is, everything is produced. Or whether in the energy sector, the fuels that we are using in the form of oil. It is, the oil is actually ruling the world at the moment. Nobody is going to with the coal. But during that process, and you can see that on another issue, the energy demand, starting from here, there is an exponential growth. And if you look at the petroleum or natural gas, coal is a kind of saturated because coal is not recommended at this moment because the pollution is very high. But if you look at other areas like oil and natural gas, it is increasing. And there is a hit by renewables also. It is always positive because carbon emission is less. But during all this process, you can expect these chemical reactions. I am sure that you will understand at least this chemical reaction. So carbon just straight, burn it, you produce energy and it produces carbon dioxide. When you use methane, you all know that methane is also a fuel, here also producing. Or if you use higher hydrocarbons like diesel or petrol, C8, that means 8 mole of carbon dioxide. When 1 mole of diesel or heavy hydrocarbons burning that one. So you know that when the intention or the plan of government to reduce the amount of the CO, what you call diesel or petrol utilization in the form of renewable energy, or might have heard about the hydrogen economy, hydrogen. It's going to be around 47 gigab power capacity. The hydrogen production expected to be in the country very soon. So the point is actually all this process, whatever this is the energy sector only, all this processes depositing a large amount of CO2. And these sources can be stationary sources like a fossil fuel or other power producers, the cement factory, limestone factory, hydrogen production factory, or the mobile sources you can see in this here, or even natural sources. If it is a natural sources, nature is actually taken care. But unfortunately, if you look at Bangalore city itself, 25 years back, those who are familiar to Bangalore, we had a lot of trees to take care about that. But if you look at the current scenario, when the construction zone is actually gone up, the cement and steel extensively used, and during that course, we had to remove a lot of trees, and then to take care about this issue, also additional burden for the human. So we have to find a solution for that one as well. And if I look at this, cartonic image, so this one, as you see that over a period of a century or more than a century, you can see that around 2 degrees centigrade, and this is approximately closing this side. So the target, if anything cross beyond 450, the situation is really, really critical. And it's massive problem for the human being, massive problem for our globe. It can explode. I just checked the data today morning. Last year when I presented, that was 416, and today morning it is 424. 8 ppm, that value is actually, you can Google it and check the value. The second decimal is changing every day. Second decimal. This is the average CO2, global average of CO2, you can see that one. So we don't feel it, the intensity that we are facing, and CO2e is actually increasing day by day. And there is a report. It is actually IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change. And as you can see that by 2050, this shaded area of India is going to be underwater. If we are not going to take a proper action, Bangalore is safe, but other cities are not safe. Okay, you might have seen that last 4 or 5 years, there is a lot of flood happening across the country. Okay, the climate is changing in such a way, even, the recent, accident happened in Himalaya, 8 people died. A sudden weather change, happened. Or even Dubai also, there is artificial rain though, but then the flood happened. So the change of climate is happening. We don't know, the minute changes that even also we are contributing that way. We are also contributing. There is a carbon credit we are talking about. How much carbon we are responsible. Anybody knows how many carbon credit you have? Anybody say that when I have 0 carbon credit? Nobody. Everybody is actually responsible. I told last time also, so for example, everybody using mobile phone, right? And you write something, say hi in the morning to your friend, right? So then at the end of the day, you just, recharge it. That's very nice. That's very good. That's very good. But there is, problem with that one. Where is charge? How do you charge? That electricity from where is coming from? Somewhere in the power plant. So, but you locally generate CO2 in some location, and that electricity is passing somewhere here, you are using. But we don't have an option, unfortunately. Tesla, talking about they have a beautiful car, but they charge, they make the power plant to charge it actually. So this is a challenge. And unfortunately, we are not well equipped with control that situation. We are trying. Everybody is trying to push hard, but unfortunately, everybody is responsible knowingly or unknowingly. And if you look at here, you can see that so ocean level, you can do actually, in a marine sequestration. The IPCC report also saying that one. Those who are actually fish lovers, and then if you want to have a good fish, you have to go to the deep sea. Whatever fish you are, getting seashore, it is actually poisonous. Okay, because of the plastic or because of the seashore is highly polluted, etc. So a lot of diseases also can come through, and also the survival of fish in that condition, particular pH is also quite critical. Technology we developed. So whatever the catalyst we made, it actually we just used for the conversion of CO2 to methanol, and then we made it a complete package, capturing CO2, producing hydrogen, converting that CO2, whatever the technology we got it, CO2 to methanol, and then so finally purifying that methanol to the quantity, what quality required for the industry application. And you can see this is a plant we have in JNCSR. This is a 300 kilogram per day capacity plant. This was demonstrated to various international agencies, and then we got ISO certificate also that is available in the literature. And the cost also we calculated based on this one. It is in the range of 20 rupees of Indian rupees per liter compared to 35 to 45 rupees per in the market price. And currently we are building a plant. It's around 1 ton capacity plant. This is a power plant. You can see that this is a 650 megawatt plant in Telangana. And from the chimney we capture CO2. And around 3 kilometer distance we have the plant. We are commissioning the plant by 2024 this year. The plant is almost getting ready. And we capture that 3 kilometer distance. It's purifying. And then we have our own hydrogen production center, and then our own technology, our own catalyst, and 1 ton of CO2 per day capacity. We are going to commission most probably October, November period of time. This is going to be the first plant in India in an industry sector for CO2 to methanol. And we are going to have a 10-ton capacity, in pipeline. In a sugar industry, whatever the fermentation process produces a lot of CO2, or this, this power, sugar can use for the power production, that CO2 also coming. There are, numerous amount of sugar industry in India, so we are trying to expand our technology to their aspect. Okay, a lot of other technology also. I'm not going to do that. Maybe 2-3 minutes I will take and finish it. So here, CO2 to carbon nanotube. So we have developed carbon nanotube in our lab also. So you just, I mean, this is energetically quite challenging process, not like others, but carbon nanotube. Or even you can make a diamond, methane and CO2. So it's I mean, very surprising. I mean, you know, it has to have higher temperature. In fact, I mean, we found a diamond in our research, CO2, I mean, methane to diamond. We did not believe. And one paper, Nature paper published 2 weeks back, actually, methane to diamond. Exactly the same data, we got it in our lab. We did not believe because it was operated at 900 degree, and that paper is 1100, but it was reported you need more than 2000, 3000 degree centigrade. Anyway, you can also make, I mean, you know, various hydrocarbons here, and for example, dimethyl ether. So Indian government is taking dimethyl ether. Dimethyl ether is nothing but CO2 to methanol and dehydration, and then it is actually forming dimethyl ether. So if it is blend with our LPG cylinder, currently we are paying around 900 rupees, something like that, 1000 rupees, 100 rupees it will be reduced. Okay, so and also it's a high energy. You use more time than use. Sometimes you use 3 months or 4 months. So with the LPG, I mean, you can use it for, I mean, additional 1 month, and 100 rupees less also. And you know, this is a big business actually in India. And if you can use the CO2 to produce, I mean, DME, it's quite interesting. So we had one project from BPCL in this area. And if you look at, I mean, sustainable aviation fuel, and you can see that by this process, I'm not reacting, explaining, and you can use it actually. One of the biggest aviation industry, that is in India. It's the most growing sector in India. And everybody wants to have SAF as, you know, source actually, I mean, purified source. And we are in collaboration with NTPC in this case. So finally I conclude, I mean, I did not explain the material design strategy at the short of time, but I mean, the point is actually the discovery and development of the material push the chemical reactions, I mean, in a better way. And we have done a lot of life cycle analysis. I mean, what are the best, I mean, or better reactions can be taken it forward. But it is just a start. It's a long way to go. And currently, I mean, we are in discussion with, I mean, you know, 100+ ton capacity of plants in various sectors. Everybody wants to invest the money, but they are also looking whether it's profitable or not. This, thank you very much. And then I want to quote, yeah, one more thing. We succeed in this part. I can see that one. But at the same time, we are going to the root. This is the carbon. You can see that one. And I want to quote this one. If you want to change the world, start with you, Mahatma Gandhi. So if you can, you have the potential. I mean, particularly I'm talking about students. You have the potential. Then I can tell one student actually started this project, and then he did the magic in several ways. Thank you very much. So metal we cannot use it because metal will not give methanol. Most of the metal that will give methane, carbon monoxide. So typically metal oxides are the good one. Or you have to have a modified metal. Say for example, nickel is well known for methane formation. So that we will not for. So, but nickel can be modified with, say for example, one discovery we made, I mean, indium introduced into nickel and form a new compound. So that we call it as intermetallic alloy, this kind of compounds. So those compounds can be used. But most of the famous material, potential materials are oxide-based compounds. Copper-based, zinc-based, aluminum-based compounds we are using. Yeah. Yes, zirconium. Zirconium will give a strong support actually. And it is also, I mean, tuned the hydrophobic, hydrophilic nature of the support. and it is also forming a strong bonding with the other metal and change the game during the process of reaction. Absolutely. That's in a thermochemical actually. If you go to the photochemical and electrochemical, photochemical you need a particular band gap to absorb the light and excite the electrons and do the reaction, but efficiency is less. But thermochemistry, zirconium. Yes, we have to take in so many parameters. How the metal, catalyst is stable, how many recycles we can do that one, mechanical stability, chemical stability, and in terms of selectivity, during the process, methanol may not be 100% methanol. It can be additional compound, and then purification of that one also cause additional cost. So that is an important one. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah. Just point to me. Front and back. Point to me. Yeah, I'll just finish quickly. Sorry. Thank you very much for. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to present a talk here today. It's really been great. And I'm going to be talking about something slightly different. We've heard a lot of wonderful chemistry and how to actually deal with the issue of all the emissions that we're doing and talking about carbon capture and stuff like that. But my own work and what we work on in the lab is trying to understand how natural ecosystems are responding to all the changes, all the anthropogenic changes that's going on currently, particularly focusing on climate change. And so what I'm going to be talking about today is looking at the effects of global changes, multiple different global changes on the future of India's grassland ecosystems. And I talk a lot about grassland ecosystems because that's the system I study. And it's one of the systems that is most ignored by people all over the country. I mean, most people look at a grassland and they think it's a wasteland, right? And they go ahead and plant trees or they convert it to other land uses. But what we need to understand is that grasslands are ancient ecosystems. They evolved about 6 to 8 million years ago, and they have a very unique set of species that are found in them. They have unique flora, they have unique fauna, and they're amongst the most endangered ecosystems in the world currently, right? And so one of the things that we try to do is understand the impacts of global change on India's grasslands. And I'll start off by trying to set the context. I know you've probably heard about this many times even today, and it was also mentioned in the previous talk. But the whole point is anthropogenic activities, through things like land use change and burning of fossil fuels is altering atmospheric chemistry, increasing atmospheric CO2 concentrations, which is causing changes in climate, right? Yeah, so we know the humans are altering the Earth system in unprecedented ways. So this is from the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and this is a graph which shows how global temperatures have changed over time, right? Since pre-industrial times, you can see, and then suddenly, you know, in the last following industrialization, we see this huge peak spike in global temperatures, right? And mean global temperatures right now, well, you want to see this? I have to use this. Okay. Yeah. Animations are not working. Oh.
Okay, sir, this one?
No, no, no. The animations are not working. It's starting to get.
Yes, sir.
Right. So mean global surface temperatures in the 2 decades from 2000 to 2020 was almost a degree higher than, you know, earlier. And global surface temperatures are going to rise. Under all kinds of scenarios that we look at, global surface temperatures are going to continue to rise. And you might have heard about the whole 1.5 degrees. We need to, you know, keep global temperatures below 1.5 degrees. I think that's not going to happen. We know how temperatures have been this year. We've been breaking all records, and this is going to continue to go on, right? Besides temperature, rainfall is also changing. But unlike temperature, which shows these directional changes right across the globe, changes in precipitation, on the other hand, are very spatially heterogeneous. Some areas are seeing increases in rainfall, and other areas are seeing decreases in rainfall, right? And this, again, is likely to continue. So again, these are maps from the IPCC under different warming scenarios. If it's 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, 4 degrees, how will rainfall patterns change? And again, as you'll see, you know, these patterns are going to change spatially. You're going to have different patterns in different parts of the globe, right? A couple of other things that I'm sure you're all aware about is that the frequency and intensity and severity of these extreme events are also going up. So when I say extreme events, I talk about things like droughts or extreme rainfall events. That is, when the rain comes, you have this really huge downpour, right? These have also increased in recent decades, and it's very likely that these are going to continue to go on in the future. So this is a map of projected droughts by 2010. And as you can see, we're going to be experiencing a lot more droughts, and we're also going to be experiencing a lot more extreme rainfall events, right? So we're getting these, we're getting the change in the way the rain is coming, and this is also varying spatially. Right, and one last thing I'm going to talk about, another global change driver that nobody thinks about or talks about that much, is we are also altering the nitrogen and phosphorus cycles globally, right? If you think following the Haber-Bosch process, when we started making fertilizers, right now there's more than 2 to 3 times the amount of nitrogen cycling through the Earth system than ever before, right? And the same thing we do with, you know, mining phosphate rocks. So if you look at all of this that's released into the atmosphere, eventually it gets deposited somewhere. And these are maps showing how much model deposition of nitrogen and phosphorus globally. And again, as you can see, India stands out as a hotspot in both of these. So essentially what we're doing is we are also fertilizing the planet at the same time, right? So there are all these global changes going on. So we have a situation like this. We have nitrogen phosphorus deposition. We have these extreme temperatures that we're currently witnessing. We're going to have more droughts. We're having elevated carbon dioxide, altered rainfall patterns, warmer temperatures, extreme rainfall events, right? And all of these are going to influence the way natural ecosystems function, right? People talk about the Amazon being the greatest carbon sink, terrestrial carbon sink, because it takes in so much of the atmospheric, the anthropogenic CO2 emissions that we emit to the atmosphere. About half of it is taken back by the marine and terrestrial ecosystems, and the Amazon forest is a huge sink. It takes in a lot of the CO2 that we emit, right? But this changes in CO2 can also affect the way that the Amazon and these forests function. So how are these changes going to influence the structure and functioning of these ecosystems, and how will it influence the distribution of these ecosystems on Earth? And in turn, how is this going to influence the provisioning of ecosystem goods and services? So all of the things that we rely on these natural ecosystems for, like clean air, clean water, food, fiber, and so on, medicines, right? So this is the question that we ask in our lab, try to understand how these different global changes impact the way ecosystems function, and in turn, how that impacts the services that these ecosystems provide to humans, right? And our work is mostly focused on some of these, like nitrogen deposition, droughts, altered rainfall patterns, and warmer temperatures. And we do this across a range of ecosystems. These are kind of ecosystems that we work in across the country. We work in grasslands, we work in savanna ecosystems. If you've been up in the higher elevations of the Western Ghats, you'd have seen the Shola grassland mosaics, which are forest and grassland mosaics. And we also work in the tropical forests of India, right? But for the purpose of my talk, I'm going to be just talking primarily about grassland ecosystems. But just to set the context of where we study and the results I'm going to be showing today, we look at the effect of warming in the Himalayas in Sikkim. We've done experiments in Spiti in Himachal, looking at the effects of warming, changes in rainfall, changes in nutrient deposition, and so on. And we also work in the Western Ghats, looking at warming effects and changes in precipitation. And also in the Eastern and Western Ghats, we work on forests and trying to understand how they're changing over time in the long term, right? So for today, I'm going to be focusing primarily on just one driver, looking at the effects of warmer temperatures and how these are going to impact the way grassland ecosystems function, right? So just to put things in context, so this is a map, a gridded map that shows areas in India that are going to go up by 1.5 degrees by 2050, I think. And as you can see, the red areas are the areas where temperatures are going to go up more than 1.5 degrees. They tend to be concentrated a lot of the Himalayas and the Northwest, and also parts of Maharashtra and stuff, the dry, arid areas, right? And the Himalayas are particularly interesting because the rate of climate change in the Himalayas is higher than most other mountain chains in the world, and it's also higher than the rest of India. So the yellow bars show you how temperatures have changed over time in the rest of the country. And as you can see, the Himalayas are warming at a much higher rate than the rest of the country. And this has huge implications because the Himalayas supply so much water for the rest of the country. They also provide very critical livelihoods to many people who live there, pastoralists and other local communities that depend on these ecosystems for a living. Plus, they also support some very unique biodiversity, many of which are threatened, right? So the question is, how are these climatic changes going to influence the way these communities function? What are the implications for human livelihoods and also for the wildlife that's being supported in these communities? Right, so like I said, I'm going to talk about 3 different studies, and I'm going to try and put them together. These are studies that we carried out in Sikkim, in the Western Himalayas, in the Eastern Himalayas, in Spiti, this is in Himachal, in the Eastern Himalayas, and in the Western Ghats in the Nilgiris, right? And I'm going to be drawing on the work of a lot of different people who've contributed to this. So I should acknowledge their contributions right at the start. Dr. Jayashree Ratnam, Dr. Yadugiri, who did a lot of the work in the Nilgiris, Dharmendra, who did a lot of work in Sikkim, Mayank, Charudat Mishra, and Kulu, who done a lot of the work in Spiti, right? So let me start off with Sikkim in the Eastern Himalayas. And we asked, what's the effect of warming on these grassland communities in the Sikkim Himalayas? So how do we actually go about and try and look at how warmer temperatures are going to influence the way communities function? And so we use what are called these open-top chambers to experimentally manipulate temperatures. So these are like these little greenhouses that you can put up there. They're open at the top, but they tend to, because of the greenhouse effect, they tend to increase the temperatures within these small plots. And we can do this in grasslands. It's very hard to do it in forests. So This is one of the good things about grasslands is you can actually manipulate them, right? So these are called open top chambers, and we set these up at a whole range of elevations from 3,000 meters to 3,500, 4,000, 4,500, all the way to 5,000 meters. And these OTCs typically warm temperatures by about 2 to 3 degrees above ambient. So we have plots that are under controlled temperatures, and then we have experimentally warmed plots where temperatures have gone up by 2 to 3 degrees. And so we can actually try and see how these communities are responding. Yeah? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to present results for 3 different responses. One is species richness, the number of species that are found in the plots. One is plant cover, so how much cover, 0 to 100%. And the other is biomass. So if I take all the grass from that, cut it and weigh it, it gives me an estimate of how much biomass is there, which is an estimate of how much carbon is being captured by these systems, right? So this is it for Spiti. On the x-axis, we have elevation, so going from low elevation to high elevations. And this is species richness, the number of species I find in each one of these plots. The black ones are the ambient temperatures. The yellow plots, points are the experimentally warmed. And I'm only showing for 3 years because we have 3 years, the same 3 years data from all across our sites. So essentially, this is what we're seeing. Warming typically increases species richness, which is actually a very good thing, right? Because everybody says, climate warming is bad. But in this system, what we're seeing is when you warm it, actually you're having more species within the plots. So that's one. However, the effect of warming changes across elevations, right? And it also changes from year to year. Some years we are seeing a lot of effect. Other years we don't see that much of an effect. This is based on natural climatic variability. But as you go from low elevation to high elevation, the effects become less and less pronounced, right? So warming effects are more pronounced at lower elevations and less pronounced at higher elevations. So why is this? This goes counter to everything that we would have thought, because high elevations, 5,000 meters above sea level, is really cold, right? And so you would have expected warming to actually have a very strong effect at these high elevations. But instead, what we're seeing is warming effects are actually not pronounced at higher elevations. And so we're wondering what is actually going on. But if you go to Sikkim, and essentially there's another gradient that's changing as you go from low elevation to high elevation. Oh, but I'll just show you plant cover and biomass also before that. Same thing, if we look at plant cover, we see that warming increases plant cover. It affects vary from year to year. And once again, the effects are more pronounced at low elevation than high elevation. And same thing with biomass. This is the carbon capture of the ecosystems. Magnitude can vary across years and across elevations, but most of the effects, most pronounced effects are at low elevations. So like I said, this goes counter to what we expected. And that's because as we go from low elevations to high elevation in Sikkim, there's also a rainfall gradient where you're going from really wet ecosystems to really dry trans-Himalaya. Yeah, so you've gone to an arid ecosystem. So maybe what's happening here is it's not that the temperature is limiting, but it's actually water that's limiting. Could this be the case, right? If this is the case, then we expect really dry ecosystems like the Trans-Himalaya. This is in Spiti. This is going on into the Tibetan plateau, which is very arid. We expect the effects of grazing to be most pronounced, effects of warming to be most negative in these kind of systems. And so we also carried out experiments in Spiti. And this is this is an experiment where we manipulated temperatures using OTCs. You can also manipulate rainfall using what are called these rainout shelters. So you have these plastic sheets that actually collect half of the rainfall that falls onto the plots, and we can capture it and put it onto other plots. So you have plots that have half the amount of rainfall, and then you have plots that have 1.5 the amounts of rainfall. And then, this was the experimental design. And then we also had clipping and grazing because these are heavily grazed ecosystems. So I'm just going to show you results from just the warming experiment. And here what we're seeing is species richness is not affected by warming. Like warming has no effect on species richness. As we expected, if you go drier, this is what's happening. And if you look at plant cover and plant biomass, actually warming had a negative effect here, right? It reduced plant biomass and it reduced plant cover. So this fits in with our theory that as you go from really wet to really dry, the effects of warming are likely to change, and they're going to be more negative in these really dry ecosystems because they're limited by other variables. But when water is not limiting, then temperature has different effects. And so the third system that I'm going to talk about, again, where we've actually manipulated warming, is this is in the Nilgiris, in the upper Nilgiris in the Western Ghats. And this is Yadagiri, and she did this for part of a PhD, where she manipulated temperatures in the montane grasslands in the Nilgiris. And what do we see here? Here we see that as you warm, species richness again goes up, because it's a wet site. There's a lot of water. Water is not limiting, and when you have temperatures going up, we're actually seeing increases in species richness. Interestingly, we saw a decline in cover, but an increase in biomass. And I think this is because the plants are just growing taller, and so they're exposing more bare ground. But this is what we're seeing, that warming in the upper Nilgiris actually increases species richness and actually increases cover. So what does all this mean for when you try and put it together to try and predict how India's grasslands are going to respond, right? So conceptually, we can think of it something like this. We have a rainfall gradient going from really dry to very wet, and then you have a temperature gradient going from cold to warm, right? So our Spiti and the Sikkim high elevation sites were here. They're cold, arid deserts. Low elevation in Sikkim is here. It's wet, but it's cool. And the Western Ghats is here, where it's wet, but it's warm, right? So in places where water is limiting, the warming responses are constrained by water availability. So here we don't see too much effect on biodiversity, and we don't see too much effect on productivity, or it may go down. If we go here at the low elevation where there's no water constraints, there's enough water in the system, actually species richness goes up and carbon capture and primary productivity goes up. And we see a similar response here in the Western Ghats, species richness going up and productivity going up, right? So essentially what it's saying is you just can't come out with one simple prediction for how India's grasslands are going to change. The responses are going to be varied, and it depends on what actually is limiting plant growth. What about this area, arid, warm? Actually, most of India's grasslands, if we look at the rest of Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, all of that stuff, there's a whole bunch of grasslands that are found in this zone, but we haven't done any experiments, and we don't know what's going to happen here, right? And so part of the future work that we're trying to do is try to understand these responses here, because many of India's grasslands fall within this zone, and we don't know how they're going to change in the future. Eastern Ghats is mostly forests, but we haven't manipulated temperature. We haven't set up the OTCs yet. It's a lot of effort, to set these up and maintain them and stuff like that. But now we're going to do that. We figured that, we can't draw conclusions from these other areas. We actually have to go and experiment in these places. Yeah. One last thing, I'll just finish off by talking about drought. Besides temperature, we know rainfall is also changing, and droughts are becoming more frequent. And as you can see, there's a prediction for the Himalayas, and some areas are predicted to experience more strong droughts. Other areas are predicted to be, less impacted by droughts. And like I said, we also manipulated rainfall in this high elevation Spiti grasslands. And so essentially what we're seeing here is under drought actually reduces species richness, it reduces plant cover, and it reduces biomass. So drought has a very strong effect. And if we actually look at it here for this system, the effects of drought are almost twice as much as the effect of increased temperature by a degree or 2 degrees. So for many of these ecosystems, even though they're already dry, they are already dry, but future droughts are likely to impact them quite a bit. And we think this is a huge problem for many of these grasslands. So the way forward, we need a more synthetic understanding of grassland communities, which means manipulating in other areas, like I said, the Deccan Plateau, which we don't know much about. We need more experiments across a wider climatic gradient, and also here because multiple drivers act together. It's not just temperature going up in one place, rainfall changing in another place. It's temperature going up, rainfall changing. All of these are acting together. So we need to figure out how they all come together to influence community dynamics. We need experiments that also manipulate minimum temperatures. In many places, minimum temperatures are going up, and we don't know what this has for ecosystem functioning. And there are other approaches that we can do using traits and modeling and stuff like that. That not much of work is being done in India, but I think there's scope for much of these kinds of studies. So I think I'll just stop there. I don't know if I just went really quickly through it, and I just picked one little aspect of the research that we do. But our broad interests are trying to understand how natural ecosystems are going to function, and are they going to act as a buffer against all these climatic changes that are going on? Because we need to protect them, because we know, they sequester CO2, they provide some critical services, but they are also impacted negatively by these climate changes. And I'd like to thank a whole bunch of people without whom this work would not have been possible. So thank you, and sorry if I went very fast.
Thank you very much for very nice informative presentation and the results of your experiments in various ecosystems about grasslands. So I think one or two questions we can take from the student side. Any questions, sir? Okay, then I request Bhaskar to give him a plant as a matter of appreciation for grassland. Thank you, sir. Now let us move on to the next presentation about climate change and forests. Now already we heard about grasslands. Now let us see how a forest is going to behave in the climate change scenario. So it will be done by Professor K. Murthy. He is an IFS officer, and I would like to introduce him. At present, currently is the Managing Director of Freelance Product and Services Private Limited, Bengaluru. He is also the Managing Director of Freelance Foundation and the Executive Director of Bamboo Society of India. And coming to academic qualification, he is a postgraduate in English literature, and he is also the Director of Natural Sciences. He is graduation in Natural Sciences, and he completed PG diploma in Public Policy and Management from Institute of Management, Bengaluru, and he is also a fellow of Institute of Management. And he is also experienced as a member of Forest Service, and several 30 years in the Canada Forest Department. And I think he was a former PCCF also. And he has got his membership in various scientific societies. So with this brief introduction, I request Dr. Murthy to
Thank you for the nice introduction. The hall is half empty, so probably people have to go and they must be also bored. Either way, we can consider it as half full. Morning it was quite full. I also was sitting in the back. So I'm a forest officer with 30 years of experience in forest management, and I have a PhD in public policy. So with that experience, I'll be talking to you. No, we don't get it here. Among all those people who study the space, my son is also a space scientist. Anywhere in this whole universe, this is the only planet known to have some life, and its systems are all closed. So you are not pumping something into the atmosphere which was not there on Earth. Only thing is, inside the Earth, you pull it out and pump it into the air. It was inside the soil, so we are pumping it up. Same thing for water also. So there is nothing that which is being brought from another planet, but everything is here only. We are doing kind of pollution. Pollution means something which is in the wrong place. So if it is in the right place, it will be useful resource. If it is in the wrong place, it will be pollution. So that's what we are doing it. It's a closed system, but all systems are very finite systems. So very, very small changes can mean much. For example, the carbon dioxide concentration in the last century was 280 parts per million. Now we have come to per million. Now, just now he was telling it was 426 parts per million. Is it a big deal? Parts per million. But then the Earth cannot take it. The systems, and we are all adjusted to a very fine balance. So 1.5 degrees temperature means, is it a big thing? You see in winter, no, in Bangalore, 12 degrees. Summer you have seen 41 degrees. What is the big deal about 1.5 degrees? Anybody can tell me? Any one of you can tell me? We are seeing 12 degrees, or say 14 degrees in winter, and we are facing 40 degrees in summer, and without any problem. Maybe we are using the AC or the fan, but we are surviving happily. But what is this cry about 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees? Because in Himalayas, sometimes it's my daughter used to be in Canada, in winter it is minus 30 degrees, and in summer it is something like 20 degrees. So the amplitude is 50 degrees. We are all able to put up with that kind of temperature, but why are we so worried that 1.5 degrees is going to make a huge change, or 2 degrees will be intolerable, beyond 2 will be something catastrophic, all kinds of definition we are giving. I leave this question with you. What does it mean? It's a very serious question that all of us should think. I leave it. I don't want to go into details, but that's very important. The temperature was stable for 10,000 years. It's changing. All this has been covered. Earth's resources are continuously being monitored, being continuously used. So this is what we are doing. Of all the creatures, we are the worst consumers of resources. We consume the maximum. And then whatever we discharge, some changes, pulling out the coal from Earth and then putting it into the air, something like irreversible. Can we convert into coal? We cannot. So some of these changes are irreversible, and then it's going into some levels. This I will skip. Now this is about the global heating. Some sketches already seen. I have also taken from the ER6 assessment report 6. So the global heating is uneven. It is not going to be 1.5 degrees in every point of the globe. So the temperature rise will be very marginal in tropical areas. In the polar regions, it will be quite high. It will be 6 degrees or sometimes 8 degrees also. So this is very, very helpful for Canadians, say Russians or whoever is towards polar regions, because they live in utterly cold regions, and rise in temperature is always welcome. What is the problem? Again, this is a question, I leave it with you. Tropical regions, the rise in temperature will be very marginal. I'll come to you, I'll show you what is the temperature measurements in Karnataka in the last 15-20 years. It is hardly some 0.6 degrees. But we are worried, and you know the reasons. So the heating is uneven. The heating will be much higher on the coastal. It's like ice cream. You put ice cream on, and say 1 heat of Godi hittu, something you put. Which one melts? And why? Because the cold things will pick up the temperature very fast, and colder regions are very badly affected by climate change. And this is the rainfall also. Simply I will summarize this, saying that in rainfall, the heavy rainfall areas will get more rain. The drought areas will get less rain. Would you like this? That is the summary of climate change. The areas which are already receiving, let's say Agumbe gets 7,000 millimeters, it may get 8,000 or 10,000. And the very dry areas like Chalkere will get some 475 millimeters of rainfall. We will get less 300. How would it be? That is what is the impact of climate change. That's the summary of it. This is the Indian temperature changes. Here also you will see the temperature from southern side is not going to be very serious. I am giving you at the bottom, all these also taken from one of the reports. So if you see the Himalayan side, or towards the Rajasthan side, or towards the Pakistani side, the temperature is going to be much higher. And southern India, we are much better. Same is the case with the rainfall. Karnataka. So I just went through a couple of reports are available, one prepared by the government itself. There is one research institute called EMPRI, which is located on the other side of the city. There is also one organization called CSTEP. Both of them have studied. They have collected all the data from all the weather stations in Karnataka. There are many. There is a slight difference between a rain gauge and a weather station. They collect this kind of information from weather stations, not from the rain gauge stations. So they have found the summer maximum temperature, they measure 2 ways. What is the summer maximum temperature in Karnataka for 15 years? This was from 1985 to 2015. So that is about 20 years. Or 15 plus 15, 30 years. In 30 years, you had a change of 0.61 degrees. Increased range is 0.18 to 0.61. And same way winter temperature is also up. That's one area of concern. So winter temperature is very important for many plants, for flowering, for seeding, and there are many issues related to that. It's called phenology. So all those plants will get affected if the winter temperature is up. This is the projected temperature. I'm just giving you for example, projected temperature. Where will the temperature rise? This is what I was saying. Northern Karnataka is quite hot. It's a black cotton soil area, and most of the districts of northern Karnataka are very hot otherwise also. They will become hotter. The prediction is this is for 2050. You see, this is the black cotton soil portions which are already dry, arid, and very hot. They will be further heating up, and not the other areas. Now this is how rainfall is. So the west coast of Karnataka, including the Ghat section, they get a lot of rainfall. It already gets. And fortunately, the Karnataka Western Ghats have never seen a drought in 400 years. Drought by definition is some 20%. I'm not talking about that kind of a drought. A drought when you lose a crop. It never happened in 400 years. But if you look at what is the prediction, this is the measurements actually taken from the weather stations and 1987 to 2016. If you see where is the rainfall happening, you already have plenty of rainfall there. You are going to have much more, and that is not going to be useful. So with that's the overview, that drier areas will become more dry, wetter areas will become more wet, and then there will be some kind of what you call the conditions. So in the rainfall distribution is going to change. So we'll have some 2-3 days of more pre-monsoon showers. That's going to be slightly higher. The monsoon showers will remain same or slightly it will be higher. The overall projection for India is about 20% more rainfall than what we are getting now. So is it better or bad? The overall prediction for India will be that we will get 20% more rainfall. If you average all the other stations rainfall, is it good or bad?
It depends. What it is.
That's the issue. The point is, where do you want it? If you have it in a high rainfall area, there will be flooding. If you don't have rainfall in some place, people will cry, they will vacate, they will migrate, and that area will become kind of parched desert kind of thing. And part of Karnataka is facing already desertification. So these they get polarized. So that's not a great idea. So this is the forest map. Keeping those factors in mind, we will look at the forest scenario. What will happen to forests and how will forestry help? This is a forest map in Karnataka. Broadly, if you look at forest map, you will see there are typically 4 regions. One is the Tarai belt, Himalayan Tarai belt in HP, Haryana, Western UP and those areas. Then Northeast, then Middle India and West Coast. These are the 4 major categories of forest areas in India. And this is the kind of forest we have. This is the latest report we have. So we have about 24.62% of the land under forestry. Globally, it is supposed to be 30%. Now, why this question, 30%? Why it is not 40? Why it is not 50? Why can't it be 60? Or why can't it be 10? Anybody can answer? Any of you would like to answer? Why it is 30? We always have that number, 30%, 33%, something we'll say. But why? As of now, the global forest cover is about 30%. Now, sun is very generous to us. Sun keeps sending you so much of energy that you cannot make use of the whole of it. So what we do is we trap some amount of heat, and that is trapped by the trees. Some amount of heat is trapped by the trees. And the remaining heat is trapped by the greenhouse gases. Assuming that there are no greenhouse gases or trees, or assuming that assuming these 2 things, assume that there is no greenhouse gas. Sun is there, he is giving you plenty. The sun is there, and if you don't have these greenhouse gases, if you don't have the forest, the Earth's temperature will be minus 14 degrees, and it will be like Mars or some other planet, and none of us will be here. So we owe our existence to the greenhouse gases, which trap some heat, and also the plants which also trap this heat, and then give us so many varieties of products. So our existence relates to these two things. Only after that, the rest of the things will come. The problem comes when it traps more energy. The greenhouse gases are trapping more energy than what we could hold, and that is dislocating the weather patterns. and you are getting more rain or getting very hot air. So that is putting us to discomfort, and eventually it is going to have a very cyclonic kind of effects, catastrophic effects, something like 1 or 2 illustrations I would like to give. For example, worldwide, there are some 30 cities which control some 40% of the or 50% of the global GDP. These are all on the coast. Now in India, how many metropolitan cities are there? 4 are there. Where are they? Delhi, Calcutta, Chennai and Bombay. But 3 are on the coast. And if there is a sea level rise, what will be our... Mumbai is our financial capital, Delhi is our political capital, Chennai is known for something, Calcutta is similarly known for something. What is the fate if the sea level rises by 1 meter? Again, that 1 meter, we should not confuse that in one place only it is raising 1 meter. It's an average of several places, and that 1 meter could mean inundation of certain areas. Europe already, some cities are, every day they go underwater, and when the water is there, all tourists are going in the boat, and then water drains out, they are all tourists are out. So, we also might have Mumbai very likely that situation after some years. So those are all the things which we don't want. We don't want our cities under sea. We don't want for inundation. So those are the kind of scenarios which will happen if the climate change is allowed to have its free run. So the forest coverage, the forestry, importance of forestry lies in the fact that they do, apart from providing you with fresh water, all our fresh water is from forest. Your Kaveri also, where is the catchment? If it rains well, the trees will catch the water and give you the fresh water. We all drink Kaveri water. So like that, there are a lot of ecosystem services we get. For giving all those ecosystem services, we need 30%. No, we need, earlier it was 36% was the global forest cover. It has come down dramatically because everybody is trying to, there is some phenomena economics, where they say the poor countries will have nothing left except to export whatever is the primary material they have. If they have mineral, they will export that. If they have timber, they will export that. If they have crops, they will export that. They are poor countries. The advanced countries export knowledge and technology. They make billions. Whereas the poor countries export timber. We import 50,000 crores worth material, timber, every year. Now, what is a silly proposition is this? Because you cut a tree on the other side of the globe, you bring it all the way, your carbon footprint has gone up actually. You bring it all the way here and you sell it here. Instead, why can't we raise our trees here and then cut the trees here? That would at least save the footprint. 50,000 crores is the annual purchase of India. It is one of the leading purchasers. We claim that our forests are safe. We don't cut our forests. But if you are cutting on the other side, from African side, from Mozambique, how does it matter? This is pound foolishness. Penny wise and pound foolishness. So we indulge all of things. But anyway, we are safe with our forests. We have some 20%. We are short of the required 30% or 33%. But we also have some scrub jungles, and a lot of trees have been raised on agroforestry lands, farmlands. And that also adds to the greenery. This is Karnataka forest map. If you see, the forests are concentrated heavily on the west coast, in the Western Ghat region. The other side is all sprinkle. There's not much forest. So in Karnataka, forest cover is also approximating to the national average. It's about 20% good forest, and scrub is 2.4%. These are the latest statistics I have. Natural forest. What is a natural forest? What is your understanding of natural forest? Natural forest, I can speak for 2 hours on this, but then I got 20 minutes, so I think I crossed already 15 minutes. So natural forest is like a living entity. It's a living organism. All the plants to speak to each other. They're a community. They're a community. They're a strongly integrated community. You can't pull out one plant and then, the forest will be happy. It's not like that. Actually, our understanding of natural ecosystems is very poor. So plants speak to each other. They communicate with each other. There are mechanisms. They have language. Have you heard? Any of you have heard? Plants communicate. If there is a forest fire in one end of the forest, a signal is sent to the other end of the forest through the underground. There is something called mycelium. Active communication. It is faster than internet. So the communication goes. So it's a complete organism by itself. It's like a human body that we have so many parts and all of them work synchronously. A forest is also a very similar thing, but our understanding is very skewed. We think that we can cut 4 trees, take away. We think that 2 animals can be killed, and then we can, that a forest can live. It is not true. Our understanding of the natural ecosystem is very small, very narrow, very skewed. So it's like a complete organism. It has a language of its own. It has an expression of its own. Another example I can give you, bamboo flowers. Bamboo flowers from one end to the other end of the forest. It doesn't flower in singles. It flowers from this end of the forest to the other end of the forest in the state, entire state it flowers. So how do they communicate? So these are some of the complex mechanisms. So we don't have full knowledge about this. So nature has to be treated as a complete entity, as a comprehensive entity, as an integrated community. There can be microorganisms, there can be mycelium, there can be big animals, there can be small animals, there can be small plants, wide range, it's a world by itself. So that world, studying that world and understanding that will take millions of years. None of us can do. There are people working for 30 years on ants. On ants, one species of ant. There are people working on honeybee for 30 years. Now how many are there in this forest? And when are we going to study this? It is simply not possible. So the wisest thing is that we conserve whatever natural forest we have. Whatever damage is done, but henceforth we will not damage the natural forest. That is accepted policy, and that's what we follow today. So impacts of forest. Forests have a two-way impact. One is they are impacted with the climate change. I will come to some points. I will make a set of quick points. At the same time, they can also contain the global warming by one-third of the emissions they can sequester. So the earlier presenters were saying the carbon sequestration. There are a couple of issues there. One is the what is the cost? We may develop extraordinary machinery, extraordinary technology. They are all capital intensive. You require a huge amount of cost. For capturing the carbon directly, it has been in debate for almost, I don't know, from 1.5 decade, if I'm not wrong. From 2007 or 9, sometime it was proposed. Carbon capture and storage technologies, many people have come up with the idea. One is that it is capital intensive. One. Two, there is a capacity limitation. It cannot capture so many millions and billions of tons which we are emitting. The forestry is the only thing which sequesters more and emits something. Emits something when forest is cut, when forest is burnt, or otherwise also through respiratory mechanism, sometimes in the night. The plants breathe. So they also emit a certain amount of carbon dioxide. So the emission is much less when compared to the sequestration capacity. That is why worldwide there is a craving to support the forestry, but unfortunately the forest sector is quite complex. The calculations are very complex, and there are a huge amount of doubts. Very luckily or unluckily, the forest sector across the globe behaves in the same manner. A forest officer in India, a forest officer in Australia, a forest officer in US will behave the same way. I don't know why. So, here is my colleague, my batchmate and my colleague, and we work together in the present situation also. So the behavior of the forest sector is somewhat very similar, and all those entrenched people in the climate change, they are highly suspicious of this forest bureaucracy in the world. So they don't want to let the forest sector take advantage of the sequestration benefits. Otherwise, the simplest thing, there is no other sector in the economy which can capture carbon directly and without costing you anything, except that you have to plant a seed or plant a tree, and you leave it, it will do its job. You are not going to do anything to that. There is not a single sector, any sector you take, it can either emit or sequester. It cannot do both. And if it is emitting, all we are trying to do is the entire focus in the climate change literature, climate change action at the global level is focused strongly on mitigation. How to reduce. We are not worried about what we have pumped up already. We have pumped up an enormous amount, and that has a resident time. That was one of my slides. I don't know if you have taken notice. The carbon dioxide's resident time in atmosphere is 400 years. So if I send 1 kg of carbon dioxide, I don't know when I'm going to bring it back. The trees are the easiest mechanism. You raise trees plenty, everywhere, then trees can bring down that carbon dioxide very easily and very quickly, but they have a limitation. They cannot sequester the entire thing we emit. Their capacity is limited to 1/3 of whatever global emissions are there. Beyond that, they cannot sequester. Don't depend on forests for sequestering the entire thing. So it has to proceed parallelly. The mitigation efforts of reducing the emissions and the sequestration efforts also have to go hand in hand. You do only one, that's not enough. So with forests, what are the changes? The changes are very marginal for forestry. It is not a big deal. But I will tell you what those are. Northwestern Ghats will see drastic changes. Which are the Northwestern Ghats? Where are they? Maharashtra, Gujarat, and extending out towards the end of Gujarat, because they are drier areas compared to the southern Western Ghats, mid-Western Ghats we have. So Karnataka is in, we have mid-Western Ghats, southern Western Ghats in Kerala. They all get very high rainfall, very happy. The forests are all evergreen, and they are not going to be affected seriously by the climate change. So the effect will be only towards the northern Western Ghats. Then second, mangroves and coastal forests will see changes due to two reasons. One is the sea level rise, and second is the ocean acidification. So ocean is number one in picking up the carbon dioxide, but unfortunately its capacity is saturated. It is not able to absorb much now. Earlier, a lot of carbon, that is number one agent, number one situation, where a lot of carbon was sequestered by the ocean. That was number one. Number two is earth, soil, land. So land has got the largest, which is the largest carbon bank. The third is forests. The amount of carbon in the forest is roughly equivalent to what is there in the air. I think you get my sense. Sea gets the largest amount of carbon. Even if it is atmosphere, it can some carbon will go into the sea, and that is one reason why sea is becoming acidic. So it becomes a carbonic acid and it becomes acidic. So acidity levels are being continuously monitored worldwide. Because of the acidity, these mangroves are quite sensitive to salinity levels. If it is a saline plant, it lives in high salt water. So if the water is becoming acidic, it will have no life. But yeah, okay, right, done. The mangroves are very, very high in their sequestration capacity, 40 times more they can sequester. Central Indian forest will see more fires, and then Himalayan forest will shift northwards for whatever reasons we have discussed, because they are all cold places. Therefore, the temperature will be changing fast in Himalaya, that's why it will get affected. Minimal changes in southwestern Ghats, though we don't have any changes. And so wet forest will become wetter, dry forest will become drier, slight increase in net primary productivity because carbon dioxide. There is one rule all of you should know. It is called lie big rule or lie big principle. Actually, it is a true principle. I found it is the truest principle actually. If that the principle is very simple. It says when a phenomena or when a process is regulated by X number of factors, the lowest of them will control the speed of that process. It's very simple. So we had earlier carbon dioxide was a limiting factor because it was 0.28 per million. Now carbon dioxide has gone up, but there is something else will become this one. Because the carbon dioxide has gone up, the primary productivity has gone up. Dieback of certain species, some species will be very sensitive, then so they will die. Some of them will die. Already some places is being experienced. Increased forest fires in dry forest areas, anyway they will become much drier, so there will be a lot of fires. And you are seeing it in the newspapers. Today also Uttarakhand some forests are burning. Invasive species have very unique characters. My friend has a PhD in weeds, forest weeds, and they have very unique properties which can sustain not this climate change, or even double of this climate change also they can sustain. And they will occupy the entire place. So they are growing. Increased incidence, I think ATRI is doing research on lantana control for last 25 years in Bandipur and Nagarwala areas, and they haven't come out with any solution. So that is the kind of capacity the weeds have. And they are going to grab a lot of land, and they are going to create a lot of trouble. Increased incidence of pests and diseases, loss of dependent fauna. The fauna will be very highly specialized. We may assume that there only tiger is a fauna, elephant is a fauna. There are very specialized insects which are dependent on orchids, for example, flowering. If that particular insect is not there, that orchid will not seed. That kind of fauna will disappear under this climate change. Northward migration of forests will happen because the temperature is moving up. The cooler areas are moving. As the area becomes warmer, the cooler plants will go to further north. There are many impacts. Change in phenology, that is the time of flowering. So now they are saying the flowering has advanced by 3 days. Suppose mango is supposed to be flowering on January 15th, let us say, because of the climate change, it is flowering 3 days in advance. So phenology is advancing because you are getting the temperature ahead. The winter temperatures are rising. So you are getting that required temperature little earlier than what it used to be. Therefore, your flowering starts early. That's a phenological change. So the insects would have their scheduled time of laying eggs, making a larva, then coming back onto these, and all those things, they're all linked. But if there is something moving and then they get disconnected, they will vanish. Loss of microbial flora, soil flora, one hidi of mandu will have some 10 million microorganisms. That is the level of microorganisms in the soil. A lot of them will perish. Loss of sensitive, interdependent members of the community that we discussed, they all will go. Net effect is drastic fall in the ecosystem functions. There are a lot of functions. We may see a drastic fall. Adverse impacts on the indigenous community. Some people who collect honey, who collect medicinal plants, who collect garcinias and all those things, they will have difficulty. Change in forest composition will happen. Lot of carbon sequestration ability also will come down if the climate change continues unabated. Mitigation measures are given a lot, but I don't think it is relevant to the gathering here. So I'll skip these slides. I'll close at this point and I'll open this session for questions.
Thank you, sir. Anybody would like to ask some questions from students side?
Forest fires. Definitely, there are two reasons for this. One is the weeds, abundance of weeds, that lantana which is half dry in summers and it catches fire. The second is grasslands are also very susceptible for fire. There are a lot of reasons why fire happens, but definitely you are correct. Now they have the Forest Survey of India has got a satellite monitoring, and they have found the fire incidences in the last 3 years have gone up by threefold. Nationwide, it is 3.5 lakh fires in a year this season. 3.5 lakhs. 3.5 lakh fires across the country. Earlier, it used to be some 70,000, 80,000. Their monitoring also has improved, efficiency has improved. They are able to detect small fires also, but it has tremendously gone up. Totally agree. Yes. Yes, please. Any other question?
Any more questions? Student side. Yeah. Okay, then I think no more questions. So thank you very much, sir, for your
thank you very much.
information.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
From grassland, what is going to happen, and forest, what is going to happen, what is the, yeah, yes, please give, yeah, English will give thank you, sir, please go. So, session was very active, and we heard from different sources, naturally how much it can be controlled, and there lies the importance of what our Sebastian Cherubet Peter told. So some artificial way or other methods we should follow to control the carbon dioxide increase in the atmosphere. So with this, I hand over the mic to Ganeshji, and I also thank EAB and KSTA for giving me this opportunity to participate in this program. Thank you.
Thank you also. Thanks to Paul for chairing the session.
To summarize this session, in this afternoon's session, we had 3 expert talks. First one by Professor Sebastian Peter on material design and development in carbon recycling for sustainable energy. Professor Sebastian talked about energy and climate problems, possibility of converting carbon dioxide emitted from carbonaceous fuel burning and industrial sources to valuable chemicals, and in turn improve the economy of the world. Sir has discussed about the discoveries of materials as efficient catalyst for the conversion of carbon dioxide into value-added chemicals. Second talk by Professor Mahesh Shankaran, Community and Ecosystem Ecologist, NCBS Bengaluru, on the impact of climate change on grassland ecosystem. Sir has enlightened us on different threats on the grassland communities, mountain grassland case study, impacts of future warming on grasslands, warming experiments conducted in 3 different grasslands, management of grasslands under future climate warmings. In the last talk was on the climate change and forest by Dr. K.N. Murthy, IFS. Sir talk covered how Earth climate is changing during the last 3 decades, global heating, global rainfall patterns, temperature and rainfall forest scenario in the state of Karnataka, effects or impacts of climate change, temperature and rainfall scenarios on the forest resources and natural forest and mangroves. This session was chaired by Dr. M.A. Paul, Associate Director, Respond Program, ISRO. I thank from KSTA and Environmental Association of Bangalore to Dr. M.A. Paul sir for chairing this section and successfully conducting this session within time. Thank you. Now we have presentation from research scholars. All the research scholars who are presenting, kindly share your presentation so that we can put it in the laptop.
So small announcement. Professor Jayashree Madam from Ramaya College and Madam team would like to present our experiment with regard to this climate change impact. So welcome you, Madam, and thank you for presenting in this occasion.
In the meantime, student presenters can share the slides.
Hello. Good evening to all. Myself, I am Jayashree from Miss Ramaya College, Department of Biotechnology. First of all, I'd like to wish you all a very happy Environmental Day. On behalf of that, I'm doing one demo class on plastic pressure. Before that, let us talk something about this awareness. Every day is an Environmental Day, and every day we can celebrate Environmental Day. And this Environmental Day we celebrate to safeguard our environment, to be safe ourselves, to protect ourselves as well as our planet. On behalf of that, I've taken one slogan on our thinking, that is reduce, recycle, refuse, and so on. Here I've taken some of the samples to tell my young saplings, my dear friends, that this can be a sustainable practice if you really make it in everyday's life, to reduce the landfill as well as to create an awareness to prevent the pollution as well as to protect the greenhouse effect. Okay, let me start off with this. I have made some of the paper bags. You already know this. Paper bags are a common one. But by doing this art thinking, that is to reduce, refuse or recycle, you can also make up an entrepreneurial development to make up a startup. This bag, what I'm showing, it costs around not than 1.20, that is 1 rupee 20 paise for making this. Because whatever the cover I've made it is from the paper ring. You can just see here, yeah, paper rings, which we normally use for, that is the rings what you get as the paper. And from that, I have made this cover. And you can sell this for more than 15 rupees. So what is the profit here? Around 14 rupees. So this can be a recycling, reducing the landfill as well as your beneficiary. These are the samples. There's no time to demonstrate all the things. Like let us make up some other time to show all these things at the roadshow. Yeah, like this I made some slides. And the capacity of this, it can carry around 50, around half a kg. Almost 750 kg, I can show you. I think this may be around 250 grams. Same way, this has also got a capacity of 1.5 kg. So look at the beneficiary, how much we are benefited. So young saplings, you can go up to the startup. Okay, this is one sample. This is also one more bag. And we make it in nice but still more better we can make. But then you have to pay, you have to spend another 30 paise or around 2 rupees. This is one set. And who doesn't like, I'm talking about youngsters, so sorry for the elderly person. Like most of the youngsters, they're all adopted with ready-to-eat foods. Maggi noodles. Like nowadays, these packets we are not getting. Like the small choke-up packets we are getting very easily. So this, I started potting this maybe around from 2014. Now it's 2024. More than 10 years that's come up to. That means this is heat tolerable also. That means just imagine the food what is stored here, how much it is affecting the toxic. This is a small xenobiotic slowly entering our body. And please try to reduce the instant food. That is a keyword from my side. And we can make pots like this. So I've already stored this at my home. Like I have a practice of using all these in this one. These are the samples I've got to show you. This I got it only to show you how big onto the transfer station. And some more things. Like most of this, actually this is not aluminum foil, but we normally call it as aluminum foil cover, like the snacks cover. Like normally what you do, you distribute the snacks to some of our friends and our guests and patrons also. Randomly. And one packet here. Sir, I want you to open the packets. The way how you open. That's the main purpose. Put it there. How you are going to open, you open and show me. That's what the youngsters are adopted to. And our intention is to reduce at the most. At the most, and how they are going to use it and protect the environment, especially languages. Okay, please can you open it? Yeah, we open it. So very bad. Sir, see normally we don't carry scissors. At least pen or something, some sharpener will be there. There is a cutter there, side by. You can just open it. That's the way you can do. This thing, sir, just show me. Yeah, that's the right way. You open it. Yeah. Please, give a round of applause. Now coming to the second part. Okay, after eating this, what are you going to do? Either throw it or lottery, making everywhere dirty. Normally, elderly people will not do. But youngsters, like how many of you make your classrooms dirty? Be very honest. If you're doing it, please don't do it. There is a called a dustbin called you put there. And apart from that, instead of wasting that, we can reuse it. Here, normally this can be used as a packet again for packing your chapatis or any of the things, carrying things. And apart from that, normally I have a habit of that. This keeps the food very hot. Instead of taking hot plates, all those things, after packing your hot food, you can just wrap it up and cover it up, and it will store up to 5 days. You can try that, really good. But after that, you have to pack it up with some cloth or something. It will come up to 6 and to 7 hours also during the even during winter. So these are the 3 things. Apart from that, I think these are the colored one that you get in the market. This is a Jova spikel. That's the Jova fruit. And here also you can make many of the ornamental things like bouquets we can make. I have not made, I thought of demonstrating it later on time. So normally we yours here and make a bouquet. Before the PPT is over, I'll make a bouquet and show you. Okay. Then apart from that, even along back in 2013, I hope to make a course. So this is a spikelet of a coconut. Normally nowadays, because of harmonization in the name of metro or in the name of anything, they are cutting down many trees. Among that, I made use of the coconut tree where they have cut down, and the spikelet, I have made it, I dried it up. Drying is very difficult, especially in the month of India, drying is very difficult. Especially coconut, it is used with a fiber and drying takes long time. So what I did normally when you dry, when you want to make a dry bouquet, you have to make it opposite bird. Like suppose if it is a rose plant like this, you have to dry it opposite, so that there is essential sap going on. So when you make it opposite side drying, a set of sap will be stopped, so that the drying will be very tight and even the petals will not come. That is the main scientific reason there. And so after drying, this is very woody. You have to cut it with the cutter, especially with the wood cutter. Then this is all a bud, coconut bud actually, with a flower like, even after the coconut is removed also, it will be like a flower. That is the perianth. If you are a botany student, you will know it. Perianth means the petals and sepals combined together. That is called the perianth. So this is the perianth. It's already colored. One more I have. This brown one, whatever is the perianth. So this I have already dried. And like a dry bouquet to make up, even this you can make a startup. This costs around 500 to 2,000 rupees. It depends on the area, on the place, how you do the business on the thing. And along with that, you can still more decorate it with some, this is also a reused one plastics. Before we are getting all the sets, nowadays we are not making this. So we can decorate that. And this is all a reused one. This is all a dry grass. It's made from the dry grass. And these feathers, it's all from the dead birds they have used. They are collected and made. And you can make like this. And this eggs, whatever you see, is made from the shells and nuts of the plants. So like this, you can decorate it with this. And here also I have got some. This is all made from, this is not reused plastics. You can go for this. This is not actually a plastic. This is a thermocol. It will break up and the color also will break if you don't use it. And these are the few things to show you all. So in this, I wanted to create an awareness program from trash to treasure, especially for the young saplings like you, my dear friends. So we will promise from today onwards that we will cut short instant foods, stop, and after you stop, at least you can reduce going for the artificial drinks, especially artificial drinks. There are many reuse and recycling things which we can safeguard and especially we can stop with the landfills. Bangalore is full of landfills. There is no place to dump the waste. So better let us start from home, make it as a sustainable practice, especially young children. Why I'm concerned, like especially telling you young children, like see when we were there and our elderly people, population was very less. And moreover, we never had this high-tech foods or the instant foods. So homemade foods were there. So we were quite healthy compared to now. But young people like you, you have lots of health issues. So to change your, modify your habits and practices and maintaining this art thinking, what we call that you reduce the Sebastian sir has already told about the Mahatma Gandhi slogan. So please can you repeat that? Everything will start from you if you make up your mind. So that is the slogan you can tell and implement it. Thank you all, and I once again thank the KSTA members and guidance for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, madam, for your wonderful demonstration.
So normally we get this in session. In my lab, I'm reusing this for my, after this, for estimation of gain or something, I have to manipulate and take the extract. So I'm reusing.
Now we'll be having student presentation. We have 3 presentations. Each presenter will get 10 minutes of time, 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for question and answer session. How much? Only 3 are there. We'll be giving prizes for the presentation. First presentation is the development of fertilizer prescription equation and post-harvest soil test value prediction equations for green gram and their evaluation in alpine soils of eastern dry zones of Karnataka by K.S. Purti Shankar, and their teams are R. Krishnamurthy, B.G. Vasanti, G.G. Kadali, K. Pushpa, and R. Mutturaj, Department of Soil Science and Agriculture Chemistry, AICRP and Dryland GKVK Bengaluru, Development of Agronomy UAS Bengaluru, Department of Agriculture Microbiology UAS GKVK Bengaluru.
Very good evening to all my respected dignitaries present over here. Myself, Spurti Shankar, PhD scholar from the Department of Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry, and I welcome you all to my research presentation. With the advent of green revolution, many of the high-yielding varieties and the hybrids were introduced in India, which were highly responsive to the added chemical fertilizers. So, the farmers started to add the fertilizer beyond the recommended dosage, due to which the response ratio as well as the crop productivity as well as fertility of the soil, it's been declining every year. So the certain balance has to be maintained between fertilizing the soil based on the crop requirement. So this particular balance can be maintained only by the STCR approach, that is soil test crop response approach. So today my research presentation is entitled as Development of the Fertilizer Prescription Equation and Post-Harvest Soil Test Value Prediction Equation for green gram and its evaluation in alphizols of Eastern Dry Zone of Karnataka. Before going to know the actual research finding, let me brief you about what is STCR approach. Here, as the name itself indicate, here based on the soil test value, the fertilizer recommendations will be done by considering the contributions of the nutrient from the soil, fertilizer as well as the manure. So whatever the equations that we are going to develop, it will be the crop specific, site specific as well as the situation specific. So this beautiful approach was firstly introduced by Dr. Ramamurthy in the year 1967. Later this was introduced in the University of Agricultural Sciences Bangalore as AICRP on the STCR in the year 1970. In this particular research work, we are going to develop the two set of equation. One is the targeted yield equation for green gram and another is the post-harvest soil test value prediction equation. Here what's the main difference between these two equation means, here the amount of the fertilizer that we need to apply will be calculated by using the targeted yield equations in order to achieve the particular target based on its soil test value. So what is the use of prediction equation means? So suppose if we assume a particular cropping sequence like maize followed by cowpea, means for each and every crop we cannot go for the soil test value. Under such conditions, based on the initial soil test value of the maize crop, amount of the fertilizer that we are going to apply, and even it's based on the yield as well as uptake data, we are going to develop a particular relation which is termed as a prediction equation. By utilizing this equation, we are going to predict the final value of the maize crop. This final value, it acts as an initial soil test value for the next crop, that is a cowpea crop. So these values will be again substituted for the targeted yield equations in order to calculate the required fertilizer to achieve the particular target of the cowpea crop. So this is the main difference between the targeted yield equation as well as the prediction equation. So this is the different phases which has been involved in the STCR approach, where first phase is the gradient experiment, second will be the main experiment, and third will be the validation. That is, whatever the equation that we are going to develop, it will be validated in the verification experiment, and later this will be taken in the farmer's field as a frontline demonstration. So before going to develop the targeted equation, this is the important criteria that we need to consider. Here whatever the target yield that we are going to set, it should not exceed 10% of the package of the practices, and even the recommended dosage of the fertilizer, it should not exceed 1.5 times. If it is increased 1.5 times of the package, means ultimately the BC ratio will be reduced. The ultimate aim of the research work is to benefit the farmer, not to increase the cost of cultivation to the farmers. So the main objectives of my research work, it's under 4 different objectives. Firstly is to develop the targeted yield equation for green gram, and second objective is to develop the prediction equation for green gram, and third objective is to evaluate the developed equations, and last objective is to work out the cost economics. So coming to the research findings, here this particular research work will be taken up with the 3 different experiments, where first experiment is the fertility gradient experiment. Here the main aim of this experiment is to create the wide variations in the soil fertility by taking up of the inductive methodology as given by Ram Murthy. Here the larger plot will be divided into the 3 equal strips as L1, L2 and L3 strip in order to maintain the low, medium as well as the high fertility level. And later this is the amount of the fertilizer that we are going to apply to the each strip, and later the exhaustive crop like the fodder maize will be grown, and after 60 days after the sowing the fodder maize will be harvested, and from the each strip we are going to collect the soil samples in order to know whether the fertility gradient has been created or not. If it is not created, means again the fertility gradient experiment, it has to be repeated. So if we see the result of the first experiment, here the table 1 represents the descriptive statistics of the available nitrogen, phosphorus as well as the potassium in the 3 different strips. Since the strip 3 it is receiving the double the dose of the RDF, automatically the available nutrient content is higher in the strip 3 followed by strip 2, and the least is recorded in the strip 1. Irrespective of the strips, here the nutrient level, it ranges from the 131 to 327 for the nitrogen, and 140 to 489 in case of phosphorus, and 168 to 680 in case of the potassium. This indicated that the wide variations in the fertility level, it's been maintained in this particular plot. So it is ideal to take up the main experiment, that is the second stage of the STCR approach. Here in this particular phase, again the each strip will be divided into the 3 blocks based on the 3 FYM level, where the each block will be divided into the 8 plots with the 7 NPK combination and 1 control plot. So the each strip will be having 21 NPK combinations with 3 control plots. So the treatment structure, it is like this with the different NPK combination. Here we can see that this is the treatment structure which is having the 3 minutes. Okay. This is the different NPK combination which has been maintained in the main experiment. So in this particular experiment, we are going to take the initial and final soil test value, yield as well as ULM data, plant analysis as well as total uptake data. Where here we can see the descriptive statistics of the yield as well as nutrient uptake in the main experiment. Here among the 3 strips, the strip 3 it recorded the higher grain yield, straw yield as well as the total NP as well as potassium uptake. This is mainly because of higher amount of the fertilizer application. From this we are going to develop the NR percent contribution of the nutrient from the soil, fertilizer as well as organic manure by utilizing this formula. And this is the values which are going to generate by those formulas. And this is the final targeted yield equations that we have generated for the green gram under both inorganic as well as integrated approach. And this is the ready reckoner table indicating the fertilizer recommendation in order to get the targeted yield of the 15 quintals. So this is the prediction equations which is being developed based on the amount of the fertilizer applied, initial soil test value as well as yield data. These will be taking up of the regression analysis in order to develop the required prediction equation. So this is the final prediction equations which is having the R square value more than 0.65. If the R square value, if it is more than 0.65 means then this particular equations is valid for the predictions of the soil test value. And in the third experiment is the verification experiment, where we are going to verify whether the developed equations it is correct or not. This will be comprising of totally 12 treatments, where from the treatment 1 to 4 we are going to validate for the target yield of 15 quintal, and from the treatment 5 to 8 we are set the target yield of 12 quintal, and in the treatment 9 it's a package of practice, and treatment 10 to 11 it's LMH approach, that is low, medium, high approach, and treatment 12 is the control plot. And this is the initial soil test value based on which the amount of the nutrients that we are going to apply for the each and the individual plot will be calculated through the targeted yield equations. And this is the final graph where it proves that whatever the equations that we have developed, it has achieved its required targeted yield. Here from the treatment 1 to 4, the target yield which was set, it is about 15 quintals per hectare, and from the treatment 5 to 8, it was 12 quintal per hectare. It clearly indicated that the developed equations, it has achieved its required targeted yield. And this is the overall view of my experiment. First is the gradient experiment, followed by main experiment, where in the main experiment we are going to develop the two different equations, that is targeted yield equation and prediction equation. Both will be evaluated in the follow-up trial. So coming to the practical utility of this research work. Coming to the practical utility, here mainly we are going to optimize the fertilizer usage, where the excess amount of the fertilizer will be neglected, and where this excess amount of the fertilizer, it's going to cause the soil pollution, as well as due to the runoff losses, it will also cause the eutrophication. And even this will be one of the most cost efficient process, this particular approach, and even the yield stability can be obtained. Whatever the equation that we are going to develop, it will be uploaded to the software known as the Krishi Ganaka, where the farmers, by knowing his survey number, he can come to know what the fertilizer or the required amount of the fertilizer can be obtained. And I thank KSTA for providing this beautiful opportunity. Thank you.
Next presentation, temporal changes in marine benthos over a decade along Padubidre region of Karnataka, India. Lakshmipati MT, Annapaswamy TS, Aitwar Vignath and AT Ramchandra Naik. Aitwar.
Very good evening, all of you. Myself, Aitwar Vignath, a PhD scholar and pursuing my PhD under the Department of Aquatic Environment Management, College of Fisheries, Bengaluru. Today I am here presenting a topic on temporal changes in marine benthos over a decade along Padubidri region of Karnataka, India. The ocean is the main repository of the world biodiversity. It constitutes around the 90% of the living fauna in ocean environment. As per the census of marine life, from 1743 to up to 2022, more than 1 lakh species were recorded along the Indian coast. The marine life is well known to be influenced by a mixture of various environmental factors. Those are physical, chemical, and biological factors. The marine sediments provide a wide range of functions and services essential for life on Earth, such as nutrient cycling and pollutant breakdown, secondary production, as well as food. The sediments provide a habitat for a multitude of marine life, particularly of marine microorganisms. Their fossilized remain contains information about the past climates, ocean circulation pattern, and the timing of major extinctions. Also, this marine benthos plays a role in bioturburation. Bioturburation is the process of disturbing the sediment depositions by the living organism. They also, this marine benthos also plays a role in sediment mixing, plays a role in increasing mixing of sediment depth that will result in the increase in the flux of nutrient cycling, which is responsible for the which is responsible for the mixing of nutrient which incorporated into the sediment and mix with the overlaying water column. This study is mainly based on two objectives: assessment of physical, chemical parameters of seawater and sediment along the Padubidri region, and second was the temporal variation of benthos in coastal waters of Padubidri. Study was carried out during 2021 to 2022. 2011 to 2022. A total of 7 sampling stations were selected to carry out the samplings with the depth of 4 meter, 8 meter and 12 meter. These are some photographs of collection of sediment and water sample at sampling stations. The data collection was mainly depend on the biological data, climatic data, and these data were subjected to the ecological niche evaluation. The monthly sampling was carried out to collect the benthos from the selected sampling station. The climatic data which are presented here were recorded from the sampling station. And then ecological niche evaluation was done by diversity indices, PCA analysis, and Break-Otis similarity index. Now moving towards the result. The pie diagram shows the benthic community structure on the basis of number of species recorded among the group during the study period. The gastropod constitutes one of the major group during this study, that is 36%, followed by the bivalve 32%. The species shows recorded were dominant throughout the study period, where Dentalium species is one of the most abundant species throughout the study. The graph shows the environmental parameter, the fluctuation of environmental parameter throughout the 12 years. The water temperature, pH, then salinity, dissolved oxygen, BOD, COD, transparency and total dissolved solid and total suspended solids. These are the nutrients recorded during the study, that is total ammonia, total nitrate content, total nitrite content and phosphate content. Now comes to the sediment characteristics. In sediment characteristics, we mainly focus on the organic carbon and texture of the sediments. Organic carbon was ranged between 0.49 to 1.71%, where sediment texture was mainly fluctuated throughout the study period. The main composition of sediment texture is the clay, that is 42.8 to 92.7%. Sand is observed in very rare amount, that is 0.03 to 8.13%. Now come to the correlation coefficient. The graph shows that how the environmental parameter are fluctuated or related to each other. The TSS, total suspended solid and water temperature, is found to be negatively correlated, where nitrate and water temperature is also negatively correlated. Nitrite also found to be negatively correlated with water temperature. Now come to the diversity indices. In diversity indices, we mainly focus on Shannon-Wiener diversity index, Simpson index, that is then evenness index and dominance index. The dominance index was quite higher after 2016. Now come to the principal component analysis. Principal component analysis is classify the data on the basis of their characteristics. Here we can see that here we can see that organic carbon is mainly plays positive relation while distribution of the benthos. Now coming to the Break-Otis cluster analysis. Break-Otis cluster analysis is quantify the similarity in species composition between the different sites, but as we are focusing on the temporal variation, so we are here mainly focusing on the taken the year-wise data, not the station-wise data. This temporal resemblance matrices revealed that the causes of variation was mainly the abundance of Dentalium species and polychaete throughout the study period. Now coming to the conclusion, the present investigation revealed that variation in distribution of benthos in coastal waters is coastal water at selected station may be attributed to the temporal variation in physiochemical parameters of coastal water and sediments or changing climatic condition during the study period. Thank you. Sir, now only solution is to monitoring. Because sir, this is a totally huge environment. Marine environment is a very huge environment. We cannot control the climates. Only thing is we can reduce the pollution. Yeah. No sir. Thank you sir.
Next presentation, impacts of soil organic carbon changes on erosion patterns. A geospatial study in Nandi subwatershed of Upper Tungabhadra catchment of Krishna Basin using geospatial techniques. Presenter Anand S.
Good evening, everyone. This is Anand Subramanian, PhD scholar in the Department of Soil Science, Keladi Shivapanayaka University of Agriculture and Horticulture Sciences, Shivamogga. So, my title of my research is Impact of Soil Organic Carbon Changes on Erosion Patterns, a geospatial study in Nandi subwatershed of Upper Tungabhadra catchment of Krishna Basin using geospatial techniques. Looking into the introduction, soil erosion, since morning we have been talking about land degradation and how climate change accelerates this land degradation. Land degradation could be because of alkalization, salinization or other means, and soil erosion is one of the leading factors of land degradation. So India's more than 45% of India's land experience soil erosion, and it is vulnerable and is being affected by soil erosion. So continuously monitoring, assessing and taking up conservation measures in vulnerable areas is very important. And today I am going to present one of those objectives of my research, wherein I am assessing the total amount of erosion that is happening in the watershed and how changes in soil organic carbon will impact the amount of soil that is being eroded over a period of time. So looking into soil organic carbon, so soil organic carbon is the soil holds the highest terrestrial carbon. So it is more than, soil itself holds 4.5 to and 3.3 times more than the atmospheric carbon and more than that of the biotic carbon as respectively. And what this carbon does in the soil is very immense. So it acts as a food source of microbes, it is fertile, it provides nutrients to the plants, and it reduces the vulnerability or the susceptibility of the soil to get eroded. So this is one of the major functions of the soil organic carbon. And looking into the United Nations projections, so drought period, so it is going to increase because of climate change, and this increase is associated with increasing surface temperature. And as we all know, so increase in surface temperature, it always accelerates decomposition process. So decomposition process, more amount of carbon that is being stored in the soil gets emitted into the atmosphere. So in this aspect, so these are the different ways in which climate change will impact soil organic carbon dynamics. So temperature changes in the precipitation patterns, vegetation shifts, permafrost thawing, land use changes. So soil organic carbon, highest amount of soil organic carbon is stored in the permafrost soils, so wherein decomposition rates are less. So climate change will have major effects in these type of soils, and it will also affect tropical soils to some extent. So in this aspect, the geospatial study was carried out in a watershed in Upper Tungabhadra catchment. So the catchment area was zeroed down using morphometric analysis. This is one of the most vulnerable watersheds based upon its morphometric parameters. A total of 24 subwatersheds were analyzed for using exploratory statistical tools, and this was finalized for the study. And this is a flow methodology that has been adopted to calculate the sediment yield and the total amount of erosion that is happening in this watershed. So for this purpose, various remote sensing data, satellite remote sensing data, that is the DEM data and the satellite imagery, meteorological data, that is the rainfall data, was taken up, and laboratory analysis data for calculating the erodibility factor, the K factor. So DEM data was utilized to calculate the land slope steepness and the slope length factor. The laboratory data was used to calculate the soil erodibility factor, and the meteorological data was used to calculate the rainfall erosivity factor. And all of this was overlaid on a geospatial environment in order to compute the total average annual soil loss happening in the subwatershed. So this is the different input data, and these are the Cartosat DEM was used. So 10 meter DEM data was was taken from KSR Bengaluru. And rainfall data, so 2 telemetric rain gauges are installed in this subwatershed. So data from this was taken. The satellite imagery, LIS4 imageries were taken to compute the land use, land cover data, and soil analysis data. So soil samples were collected from different areas in the subwatershed, and it was analyzed for organic carbon status. It was analyzed for the textural conditions using international pipette method. That is, it was analyzed for different fractions in it. So clay content, silt content, and sand content in it. So based upon, there was one more objective, so in which I've characterized the whole subwatershed into different soil phases. So this is the lowest taxonomic classes wherein you can characterize. So these are homogeneous, the soils of each soil phase are homogeneous in nature, and they are classified based upon the series to it belong to, or the slope conditions, the erosions conditions, and the graveliness conditions, and all of it. And soil samples at different rates were sampled from these soil phases, and were analyzed for the texture, and so this is the texture map of it, and it was computed. And this is the current soil organic carbon status map of these soil phases. And this was the formula that is utilized in order to calculate the K factor. So all of those factors which influence or which makes the soil susceptible to erosion have been utilized. And this is a K factor map that was generated. So this is a soil erodibility. So it is an indication of how susceptible the soil is to erosion. So this higher the factor, higher is its susceptibility, or higher the soil is vulnerable. So this is a predicted soil organic carbon. So based upon literature studies, so a degree Celsius rise in the temperature will amount to 5 to 10% loss in the soil organic carbon status. So based upon this theory, so the predicted soil organic carbon map was developed, and this is so this was the predicted soil erodibility factor using the predicted soil organic carbon map. So slope length and slope steepness factors, so which amounts to the topographic conditions. So flow direction maps, so different spatial analysis tools were utilized from ArcGIS technology, and these were calculated, and the slope length factor map was computed, and the slope steepness factor map was computed. And based upon different spatial analysis tools available in the ArcGIS platform, so the LS factor was computed. And using land LIS4 imagery as well as ground truthing, so the land use land cover map of the subwatershed was finalized, and this was utilized so based upon different literatures, so C and P factor values are available. So this was taken from different literatures, and the land use land cover were assigned with their respective C and P factor. So C is the crop protection, crop cover factor, and P is the support practice factor or conservation practice factor. So all of these factor maps were generated in the form of raster data, and then all of these were overlaid. Overlay analysis was done, and using the Russell model. So this is one of the most prominently used revised universal soil loss equation. So this is one of the most commonly used empirical equation to calculate or compute soil erosion. So our rainfall erosivity factor, so since there were only 2 rainfall telemetric rain gauges, so it was calculated as a single value, and which was 455.70. The soil erodibility factor map, the current soil erodibility factor map, the raster for the slope length, the raster for the slope steepness, the C factor map and the P factor map. So all of them were this one, and then overlaid, and the average annual soil loss that was happening in the subwatershed was computed, and it was to the tune of 70.09 tons per hectare per year. And it was reclassified, and it was found that more than 53% of the subwatershed area had more than 10 tons per hectare per year soil erosion. So 10 tons per hectare per year is the critical limit or the threshold limit for soil erosion. So these are the different classes of soil erosion risk zones, what we call, and more than 230.01 hectares of land had more than 200 tons per hectare per year of soil erosion that was happening. So using again the predicted, shifting the predicted soil erodibility factor map was used for the same model, and it was the predicted annual soil loss map of Nandi subwatershed was calculated, and a change in 10% change, that is 0.03 to 1.2 per gram per kg of soil organic carbon reduction will increase the soil loss to an average of 1 tons per hectare per year. So, and it will push another 11 hectares into very high erosion risk class. So another 11 hectares will experience more than 200 tons per hectare per year. So the magnitude of this will be very huge when you take into consideration bigger areas. And this area, most of this area had clay textured soils, and since clay soils or finer soils have more carbon stabilization potential, so the effect of the change in the carbon is very less. But if we take into consideration other coarser texture soils, the effect of the soil erosion or change in soil organic carbon will be very high. Yeah, so this is the land average annual soil loss happening in different land uses. So all of this will experience higher soil erosion rates compared to the current conditions. So concluding, so soil organic carbon plays a major role in protecting our soils from erosion, because the first stage of erosion, that is detachment of the soil from the topsoil, that plays a major role. And soil organic carbon helps in reducing the impact of these rainfalls by aggregating these soil particles, and leveraging these technologies like remote sensing technologies and GIS technologies, we can easily monitor and assess so in real time, and take up conservation practices at site specific levels. Thank you.
Question answer, please.
Yes, sir. These type of technologies or model developments are mainly used for policy makers. Rather, taking up these type of erosion structures by farmers and all would be very difficult. Maybe we can recommend them for agronomic measure practices, or they can take up like contour sowing and bunding and all of that. So that will definitely, and addition of organic manures, so which farmers are lately not taking up. So and extensive cultivation, so that is one more reason why soil organic carbon is reducing in the soil. So, but as a whole, in a larger scale, maybe this should be a community development program as such. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, Waki and black method, like potassium oxidation method. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I am actually collaborating with NBSS and LUP also, and also KSR, the Karnataka State Remote Sensing Applications. No, sir. I do know. I am specialized in. I have taken up courses, and I'm doing all of this. And even in our college, we have very well equipped remote sensing lab in our college. Yes, sir. The college is providing me the licensed version of this one also, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
ಸರ್ ಆನಂದ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು, ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟಂತ.
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆನಂದ್
ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್.
So students, very good presentation. But my advice is, when it is told 8 minutes, you all have to stick to 8 minutes. Okay, you have to learn how to manage time. ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು ಹೇಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸಿ ಯು ಮೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್, ಬಟ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ಕಿಪ್. So come to the, so what is important is, one is objective. What is the main objective? Second is methodology. Third is result achieved or not achieved. Because in the science, always we don't achieve results. Mahesh is laughing because he knows. So that is thing. Then what way it is relevant? These 4 points, no need to put all the things, okay? You have to learn how to present in 5 slides or 1 slide itself. Not required. You tell what is your objective, means what is your problem, and what methodology you are adopting, what result you got, and what is the use. These 4 points should be covered. Because what happens now, I will tell you, international conference you go, you will get 6 minutes. Sometimes. If you get 10 minutes, you are lucky. Luxury. Because normally, I remember even recently also on the conference, we have given only 6 minutes. There are 13 presentations of students, not 1 or 2. You have to really cut down. So that's my advice to all students. Good, but I am very glad all 3 have clarity, good project, good presentation skills, really compliment all of you. Now I think Srinivas will announce the prizes.
First we will announce this one, sir, quiz competition.
Yeah.
Afterward,
Okay, no problem.
ಅದು ಸೈನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ನಾನು ಇದು ಬರ್ಕೊಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು, ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್. So morning no prize we have given, but few of them have not collected in the quiz competition. Banni Koppada, Aditi G and Rakesh Kokatnoor, College of Agriculture, Bengaluru, got second place. The amount is 3,000 rupees. ಎಸ್ಸೆ ಕನ್ನಡ 3ನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನ. ಆಕಾಂಕ್ಷ ಡಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೋತ್ಥಾನ ವಿದ್ಯಾಕೇಂದ್ರ ದಾವಣಗೆರೆ, ಇವರು ಮೂರನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಎಸ್ಸೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಂಗ್ರ್ಯಾಚುಲೇಷನ್. ಎಸ್ಸೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ದಿವ್ಯಾ ಆರ್ ಮೆನಾನ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಹಾಂ. ಇವಾಗ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದವ್ರದ್ದು ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ 3 ಜನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 3 ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಫಸ್ಟ್, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಟೆಂಪರಲ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಇನ್ ಮೆರೈನ್ ಬೆಂಥೋಸ್ ಓವರ್ ಡಿಕೇಡ್ ಅಲಾಂಗ್ ಪಡುಬಿದ್ರಿ ರೀಜನ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಐತ್ವಾರ್ ವೈದ್ಯನಾಥ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಫಿಶರೀಸ್, ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್. ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಶಾಂತಕುಮಾರ್ ಹತ್ರ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಗೋಸ್ ಟು ಮಿಸ್ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿ ಶಂಕರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ GKVK. ಅದು ಬರೆದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿ ಶಂಕರ್. First prize goes to Anand S from Keladi Sivappa Nayaka Agriculture and Horticulture University, Shivamogga. Congratulations, Anand S. Illi sir, Anand S. Congratulations to all the winners, and so now anything to say? improvements. Anybody want to say something? You can conclude. Okay, sir, please.
No, anybody want to say a few words? Most welcome. Otherwise, I thought we'll conclude it because it is going to be 5 o'clock. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎನಿವನ್ ಎನಿ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆರ್ ಎನಿ ಕಮೆಂಟ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಮೇಡಮ್.
As we are running short of time. Thank you.
People have to go long distance means.
ಹೌದು. ಸೊ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು ಪರಿಸರ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್ ಡೇಯನ್ನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಭಾಂಗಣದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ KSTA ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸಿಂದು ಏನು ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಇತ್ತು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಕಲಿಯುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ಕೂಡ. ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕೋ ಅದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಮತ್ತು ಜಯಶ್ರೀ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಐ ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಹರ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದವರು ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸು, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಹೌದು ಎನ್ವೈರ್ನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡೇ ದಿವಸ ಇದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅನಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಫೈನ್. ಬಟ್ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಗೋ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ವಿ ಬಿಕಮ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಪೀಪಲ್. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅದನ್ನೇ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಕನ್ನೇ. ಸೊ ವಿಲ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಮಿನಿಮೈಸ್ ದಟ್. ಅಂದರೆ 5R ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. So that is my idea or the principle, what I have adapted in my life. And I also suggest all these to my students as well. ಸೊ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ರೆಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಐಟಮ್ಸನ್ನು. ಅದನ್ನು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಬಟ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಸ್, ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಅದು, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಇವಾಗ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಡ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ಸೊ ರೆಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ತರಕಾರಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಬ್ಯಾಗನ್ನೇ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಆಮೇಲೆ 2-3 ಸತಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋದಾಗಲೂ ಸಹ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಗನ್ನು, ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಬ್ಯಾಗನ್ನು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸಿಗೂ. ಅಂದರೆ ತರಕಾರಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಅವನು ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಅವನು ಪಾಲಿಥೀನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಮಾನು ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ರೆಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಪೊಲೈಟ್ಲಿ. ಬೇಡಪ್ಪ ನಾನು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ತಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಬರ್ತಾ ಈ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ರೆಫ್ಯೂಸ್, ರೀಯೂಸ್, ರೀಸೈಕಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೀಪರ್ಪೋಸ್. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ 5R principles. Wonderful madam, Jayashree madam, and all the eminent speakers. Hats off to you all. ಸೊ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಪರಿಸರ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡೇಯನ್ನು ಆಚರಿಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು, ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಆಲ್, ಒನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್. I thank each one of you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for having given me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಎನಿವನ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್? ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಾ? ಎನಿಬಡಿ ಇಫ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್, ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್. 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಟೈಮ್ ಇದೆ, 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ. ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ್, ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್? ಇಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ.
It's an extension of what madam has presented here, the refuse and reuse and that. So now I was in US with my family for more than 10 years, and ever since we came from US to here, even today we are not dumping anything to the BBMP. We are self-sustained, and BBMP is strike. I don't have any problem because we are making our own manure out of our zero kitchen waste. So please use the Kamba. Kamba doesn't require much space. You can make your own manure and you give it to the manure to somebody else, or you can make use of your plants. So ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿ. This is what I have told to so many people, but people are not following. So ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ it is for various reasons they cannot do that, but whoever they can do conveniently, please do that ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಒಂದು ಕಂಬ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು 3 ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಎವ್ರಿ 1 month ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಅಡ್ವಾಂಟೇಜ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಮೈಂಡ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you, Shanath. Yeah, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಎನಿ ಕಮೆಂಟ್, ಎನಿ ಸಜೆಷನ್? ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 5. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಇದೆ. Otherwise, I would like to thank KSTA from EAB side for giving this golden opportunity for this workshop. In fact, Ramesh, Srinivas, Mahesh, all entire team of KSTA has worked very nicely, so systematically, made the event so successful, very useful. And the campus is so good, no doubt in that. It is so nice campus. And a lot of young students participated in the essay competition, quiz competition, as well as the presentations. And really more meaningful participation by students. I'm confident that out of the more than 150 students participated, many will carry the message. Even 10% carrying message will be adequate. Change is a slow process, but it happens. It's a slow process because if you go back 1990s, etc., I remember even waste collection, people should dump in the corner. Now household collection has come. We had a big seminar, international seminar, IASC, in 1994, urban solid waste management. At the time, no door-to-door collection was there in Bengaluru at all. So it was a big event, I remember. Lot of discussions, debate, fighting, everything was there. Some NGOs are doing the job. But NGOs cannot do all job. Because our country, government is the largest machinery. It may be rural development or anything, government only really can bring the change. But government has to be told with a different way how to do it. So that way, I'm confident that the 6 speakers, what they talked today, are highly relevant from various topics, from soil mapping to remote sensing based approach to carbon to grassland to even the final forest. All are very relevant, and I'm confident that everybody will catch the message. And by Madam Jayashri and finally by Madam the words, Vishwa's words, all are really very good message, and we need to adopt so that our future will be bright, safe and clean. With this, I once again thank all the speakers who responded in short notice, all the students who participated in all competitions, all students who participated here also, and all the participants, faculty and students. And special thank to Dr. M.A. Paul, who from ISRO he came. They gave a grant of 1 lakh also. So thanks to ISRO for sponsoring this. That's the only grant we got. Nothing else we got. Then Mahesh from again ISRO, he also was here as a volunteer from the morning. I thank him also. And our entire EAB team, Bhaskar, Secretary, Laksh, CEO, Ramchandra, Sujata Madam, Venkatesh Sir, Vishwa, Thirumal Rao, Nadadu Saab in absentia. So all were actively involved and made this event very fruitful and meaningful. I thank once again to all. Special thank to Ramesh also for taking entire load. Thank you very much.
So once again, thank you very much, sir, entire EAB team and our KSTA staff and Ramesh sir for making this program grand success. And I request all of you, please stand up for Rashtra Gite. And
on behalf of KSTA. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Good evening. On behalf of KSTA, we are very grateful to EAB, Bhaskar sir, Ganesh sir, and Laksh sir, Madam, and everybody supported us very well. And Dr. Tirumala Rao sir deputed few people for this program. I'm sure next year also we can organize such events in KSTA. And Dr. Venkatesh sir came here and presented the prizes to winners. We are very grateful to all of you, and I am very grateful to all the resource experts. In spite of their busy schedule, they could find time to come here and deliver talks. And our inaugurator, Dr. LS Shashidhar sir. He was very busy. In spite of that, whenever I sent email, he instantaneously used to reply, yes, I will come. You don't worry, I will bring my own vehicle. I asked him whether we should send vehicle. He said he will bring his own vehicle. We are very grateful to all of the resource experts and inaugurators and all the participants. In fact, in morning, I was worried more than 180 students were present, because yesterday I called each one of the principals and requested for 2 depute students. In fact, all of them had deputed. That's why. And I'm also thankful to Jayashree madam. In fact, she only persuaded me to have our session in the afternoon, and I'm sure all of us are really broadened our horizon in how to deal with waste. Thank you very much, and I congratulate all the winners of all the events, and KSTA will be organizing such programs this year again in many more events like this, which we organize till March. I request all of you to present, and those who have not got the prize certainly will have the opportunity to try once again in our next event. All the best for all of you. Thank you very much.
After this national anthem, please join us for the group photo.